What's up, people? 6:49 p.m. Eastern Time. Finished with my clients 20 minutes ago. I grabbed dinner, put on my workout clothing to finish up my movements. It's been a good day. It's been a very windy day. It's been a little chill in the air. Right now it's actually a little bit, it's like half warm, half cold. It's got that like vibe of like some late summer, early fall. But not bad. Not bad. I trust everyone's doing good. Apologies for yesterday's technical difficulty. I guess the universe was like, go watch your wrestling, get your ass off of live streaming and go and watch your wrestling. Funny enough, though, I watched most of it until I got to the last match, and for whatever reason, my body was like, go sleep now, and I fell asleep. So it was fascinating how, yesterday after the technical glitches with the internet, it's like I kept buffering over and over and over and over again. I'm like, okay, it is what it is. We're not done with talking about what we talked about yesterday. We were in such a massive flow, and then the universe like, boom, I see everybody just disappear because the internet was just like, it wasn't really the internet, it's actually the phone being stupid yesterday. And that's why, like, for me, I just don't bother with technology anymore. If it's gonna break, it's gonna break, and not to get all frustrated, because that's what technology does. It's the old frequency attempting to disguise itself as, technical problems, saying, I'm gonna make sure that you stay frustrated. And I should write down what technology sometimes does. It can be very frustrating. So I'm going to write that down. I'm not done working on my stuff. Technology. For me specifically, this one is a big one because, for others, this never used to be an issue for me. But ever since I left my corporate job back in 2022, in 2023, I didn't really have any problems with technology. 2024, not so much. It was last year when technology started to really piss me off a lot. So, technology pisses me off. Should just work. What else? Hello. What else does technology should do? Joyce, hello. Let's see. I'm writing down negative associations. Holy shit, there's 16 of you. What the fuck? Okay. What's up, everybody? I'm about to go get my movements in. Today is just chill and chat, but I'm just kind of making some final notes because I was working with my clients earlier, so I didn't really get the chance to finish what I did yesterday. So some of you, this might be very boring. The rest of you, well, you might find this entertaining. What else does technology do now? Oh, it constantly breaks. out of no particular reason, it just starts to break. What else does technology do now? It's aggravating when it doesn't work. It's frustrating. What else? It's annoying. The reason why I'm doing this work right now is because these are called negative associations, and we tend to focus on the positive, which is great, but we neglect the negative because that's what's running in the background for most people, and that means for money, relationships, health, business, success. Because if you had negative associations to, let's say, business, like, for example, I wrote down earlier that business, running a brand or running a business, requires a lot of work, which then that means that you have to sacrifice time with your loved ones, which means that you have more responsibilities added to your plate, which then you might see that as you have to trade your time for something that you don't really want to trade your time for, because you want to spend time. So you will start to self-sabotage and start to neglect your business, and thus your subconscious mind will start to emotionally make sure that you do not have a thriving business because you've set a course, this thing where you're not that's what I'm looking for. You're not going to be successful. Maybe you have a fear of feeling seen. And a business requires for you to be seen because you're the main star of that business. And if you don't like being seen, let's say, for example, when you're younger, feeling seen meant danger, especially if you lived in the hood or in the ends. If you were to be seen in the ends, you would have got your ass kicked, quite literally, because if you were shining your light so bright and other people in the ends or in the slums or in areas that are rough and tough, they would basically pummel on you. And so like feeling seen has become a hidden negative association. So thus, if you're about to start a business and other people see you and you have a fear of feeling seen, you might vibrationally self-sabotage yourself into believing that running a business is going to I'm going to be in danger. So I'm going to also write danger for business. Danger basically equals unsafe. And everything everyone's looking for in reality is to feel safe and to feel certain. When you get to, do the work internally to make everything feel safe and certain, you will start to shift everything internally, and then you'll see your reality start to shift externally, because it always starts internally, then goes externally. It doesn't happen right away. There is a little bit of a delay time for things to unfold, but once it does unfold and you're not worrying about this outside world, you still take care of what you need to take care of in the physical world, but you're focusing on your internal state of being. Whatever your state of being is telling you or mirroring back to you, you will then produce it in the physical world. Thus, everyone's looking for safety and certainty, because certainty to the mind is like, at least it knows the next step. So if you can make everything safe, at least the certainty will follow after safety. You're also looking for relief. Whether you believe this to be true or not, but being relief is one of the things that you're ultimately striving for. Like from a small little toothpick to clean your teeth, if you have something in your teeth, you want that relief. To maybe you want to have, for example, relief in money. Hello. You want to have relief in your finances. You want to have relief in your business. You want to know that you have clients coming in. You're always looking for relief. What's up, Jeanette? Good to see you. So, for me, business, because I wrote down a business subsection, I wrote down earlier while I was in between my clients that business, I used to see it as hard, feeling seen as danger, like dangerous, responsibilities, and we talked about that word responsibility, the fear of success. Funny enough, people have the fear of success more than the fear of failure. Fear of success is actually a real thing, because once you have the fear of success, you have to now perform, and you now have to have more responsibilities. It's all interconnected. And so like the more people who start to feel the fear of success, because you see, the thing is they want success, but there's a fear of it. What's up? Fire Flames, I like that name. That's a good name. Thank you, I appreciate it, and same to you. Enjoy your day or night wherever you are on our amazing planet. So fear of success is one of those things that people, often overlook, because, what if you get everything in your business, or what if you were very successful? What would be the negative associations that would be assigned to the success? Such as, if you started to make lots of money, people will start to see you differently. Another example is people will start to treat you like a bank account. Some might you might feel danger, you might be in some sort of danger because now you're making more money. You're starting to feel seen. You're starting to be in the spotlight. So people are starting to notice you. Thus, you might start to get attacked on social media because you're now feeling seen. And so like, there's all of these things that our subconscious mind is holding on to in the background that we do not pay attention to whatsoever. And no one on the internet, except for maybe like a few, talk about this stuff. It's just hiding there in the background. because you have conscious definitions. You know you're meant to be successful. You know you're meant to have more. You know that you're meant to have the love. You're meant to have the abundance. You're meant to have the health, the wealth, the wellness, everything. You're meant to have it all. But that's your conscious definition. But your subconscious definition will tell you a different story, right? So, and you can go and know your role and get your ass out of here. Mr. Diamond Holmes, get your ass out of here. This live doesn't belong to you. Swipe your ass up. And so the more people like that, like for example, that would be one of those like trolls, right? Telling me to, shut up. I'm going to keep talking. What are you going to do? Are you joking? Well, I don't know you, so you shouldn't joke with me. You should just say I'm joking with brackets. Know how to communicate when you're on a live stream. Right? This is your lesson right now. I'm going to share with you. When you go on anybody's live stream for the first time, be respectful, because they don't know who you are, and they can take it as either a joke or they can take it seriously. And right now I'm in a flow state, so you could have told me like, yo bro, I'm just joking, but shut the fuck up, or something like that. I would have been like, no problem. But because you just said it like that, I didn't take even offense. I'm like, get your ass out of here then. Anyways, good to have you on the stream. If you want to be here, cool. If you don't, no big deal. So back to what I was saying. So the more, hello Joey. So the more you go within your inner world and you see the negative associations to the things that you desire. So like most people, they want money. Cool, that's great. You want more money. Amazing. But what are the negative attachments that you will get with having more money? Right? Again, I'm going to explain to some of you who just are jumping on. When you're having more money or more cash flow in your system or in your life, what's going to happen is people are going to start to see you differently. They might start treating you differently, and you might not want to feel differently. You might still want to feel the same, but you have started to reach a new level of success, and that success can be considered dangerous to others and to yourself because your subconscious mind uses emotions. It doesn't use logic. It's illogical and irrational. It will literally not make sense for a lot of things. Hello, Mark. Good to have you on. Malta. Wow. I had a former colleague of mine where I used to work in my old IT law firm. She was from Malta, so welcome from Malta. Anyways, and so when it comes to your subconscious emotions, because your subconscious doesn't use logical thinking, it uses emotions. Your emotions are the largest shareholder of your reality. That's a bar. Please write that down. I cannot emphasize enough. You think that your thinking actually creates your reality. It's actually your emotion that produces your reality. That's really what's happening in this physical world, is you're using your emotions to bring forth what you're wanting or not wanting in your experience based on what you're feeling in your inner world. So for a lot of people who are struggling with having more cash flow in their life, more abundance, it's because when you get abundance, there could be a negative association of like, what is going to happen now? Like, for example, you win the lottery. You win the lottery, and there's a lot of people who win the lottery and then they lose it within 3 to 5 years. Why? Because the universe always seeks for balance. It will give you that opportunity to see if you're going to be able to handle it. But the problem is if you can't handle it, the universe will find ways to take it away from you by using a person, situation, opportunity, or an event, because it's based on your subconscious blocks or unblocks that will prevent things from flowing or not flowing in your life. What's up, Andy? Good to see you again. Yeah, this way you need to take your thoughts or ideas, turn it into applicable emotions that can feed into your subconscious. That's how much you teach your subconscious. Spot on. So it's important to write down the negative associations of what you're going to potentially face when getting the things that you desire. For example, we were talking about relationships yesterday before the internet shit was cutting in and out. So let's dive right back into it before I start moving my body. A lot of people want a relationship. I'll show you how to do that in a moment. Well, I'll show you my method of how I do it. This is what the clients pay me for too. So make sure you actually make notes on this, because I'm literally going to tell you exactly what I tell them. So, for example, a relationship, a lot of people want relationships, but then what are the negative associations? Like we were talking about betrayal. Somebody might break your heart. Somebody might cheat on you. Somebody might backstab you. There could be a potential infidelity. These are all, even though they're different words, they all end up having the same sort of like underlying feeling: hurt, pain, mistrust. There might be mistrust. There might be what else? There might be just more problems, more difficulty, more stress, more everything. And so, like, if you've experienced these things in your previous relationship, you more likely might be believing that you might be bringing it into your next relationship. So, like, if you were cheated on in one relationship, you might have this expectation that, oh, that guy or girl is going to probably cheat on me. So you're already starting off that relationship not at 0, you're starting at like -10 with like, that person's going to cheat on me. Eventually, you're going to manifest a situation where it's going to show them that they should cheat on you, because what the thinker thinks the prover proves. So it's important to dissect, like, before you go into desiring whatever it is, to actually know what are the negative side effects that you could potentially face, or what you have faced in the previous experiences of having certain things. Let's say you had a lot of money in your bank account, and one day somebody scammed you. Now you might have a negative association that you equate having money to losing, and which losing becomes painful. And that pain, the subconscious mind will do its job to prevent pain from coming into your life, thus blocking money from coming into your life, because money is now seen as pain, right? So you see, like, all these associations, we do not take the time to look at these associations. And the more you take time to look at the associations that you've experienced, the easier you will start to navigate the world, and you will start to manage your emotions more easily. Number one. Number two, you will understand how your reality is working. And number three, things are going to start to unfold for you more naturally and more organically without any force. Exactly. So I'll explain my version now to you, Jeanette. If you want to change anything you're not changing reality. Manifestation is not about changing reality. It's about locking in and shifting yourself. But while you're shifting yourself, you are then inadvertently shifting reality, because reality is just one-to-one with you. Yeah, I'm going to be finishing up my movements. I'm not quite done because I had my clients this morning. And I still have a few more things to do. So they're there. My stuff are there. They're just chilling. They're just chilling there. I'll get to that in a moment. I'm just going to explain the method. So make notes now. For those of you, if you want to shift your internal state to experience what you want in the physical, you got to get into a relaxation state. It's not about the work you're about to do. It's about the state that you're in when you're about to do the work. And that's a real bar. Please write that down. Because you can go and sit all you want. You can visualize all you want. But if you're tensed up and you're stressed while you're visualizing or using your senses, your imagination, it doesn't matter, because your imagination is not going to be creating anything. It's already created for you, but because you're in the emotional state of stress or tension, the universe will see your image as stressful and tension, and your subconscious mind will keep pushing it away because it sees it as a source of pain. So you have to get into a very relaxed state. The prerequisite... The word just didn't want to come out there. The prerequisite to manifestation is relaxation, and that does rhyme. Relaxation, manifestation, those two words, they rhyme with each other. Relaxation, manifestation. In order to manifest, you must relax. And the world's not designed to make you relax, though. The world is designed to keep you on edge, keep you on your toes, keep you struggling, keep you suffering, keep you making things harder than it has to be, making sure you stay distracted, and making sure that you never know who you are. Because someone who knows who they are, you become a threat to the system. That's a bar. Please write that down. When you know who you are, you become a threat to the system. And that's why you see opposition. Like when people are standing up because they know who they are now, they're not going to tolerate the bullshit that's happening. So it's not about the work you're doing. It's about who you're being while you're doing the work. It's your state of being. So you must be relaxed. As you start to get into a relaxed state, it may take you 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. Doesn't matter how long it takes you. You sit there and you just feel things. Now, of course, your mind's going to start coming in and say, it's going to want to itch, random itch here and there. It's going to want to like, man, we should go eat some food. That's its defense mechanism because it knows that you're about to change. You're literally about to go and change your life internally. So your thoughts, which is the puppeteer mind, is going to do its job to prevent you from getting there until you realize that you're not the mind, which I always keep talking about. You are not the mind. You have a mind and you use the mind, but the mind, for most people, are being used by the mind, and so they become the puppeteer. What does it mean to know who you are? Great question. That is a wonderful question, actually. To know who you are is to know how deeply what you actually are made of. Energy, vibrations, frequencies, emotions. You're a walking like radio tower. You're a walking magnet that is either attracting or repelling things to you or from you. What you also are is to know that you have the power of a God within you. You can, if you believe that there's a dude in the sky, that works too. And that if he is helping you, cool, use it. But if you don't believe in a dude in the sky, then the energy actually exists within you. You're a droplet. Right. This is what someone else said this morning in one of my calls. I shared with them, like, it's hard because you've been stuck. But the thing is, that is the mind creating another story, and that's another defense mechanism. So thus, again, that story, if you keep enforcing it, if you allow the mind to enforce the story that it's been hard your entire life, then it's going to say it's hard, and then you're going to keep making it hard, and then it's going to stay hard, and it'll never get easier because it's always going to be hard. And because you created this mountain of emotions, and in order to get rid of that mountains of emotions, you have to stop adhering to that story. And this is where the technique comes into play, or this exercise. So you get into a relaxed state. So now you're in a relaxed state. You imagine a scene. Well, let me break it down first. You go back to a scene where it was so emotionally and with so much intensity that whatever you're looking for, whether that's success, love, health, relationships, business, whatever it is, you go back to that experience, whether you're a kid, you're a teenager, or an adult, because even some things can still, enter your subconscious mind even as you're in this state. It could have happened last week and could have entered your subconscious mind. So you go back to that moment and you imagine that scene, and you have to start to feel it. Don't label it, just allow it to just feel it. And eventually it's going to start to purge. But what you're going to do is start to overwrite the scene. Think of it like the Windows prompt for those of you who use the computer. You know when you're about to make a new edit in your document, right? And you are about to hit save, it's going to ask you, do you want to save or overwrite? And you're going to say yes. So you're basically now taking a scene. So we're going to use an example scene. Let's say you grew up seeing money as very difficult and your parents were fighting all the time with money. You're going to imagine a scene, exactly the scene that you saw with your parents fighting in the kitchen or arguing or whatever it was. And you're going to go back to that moment as you're watching in real time, like first person mode. You're not watching yourself. You're watching as you're there. You're seeing your parents, you're using your senses. And what you're doing is you're starting to change the story. So now instead of the parents fighting, the parents are actually celebrating. They're in joy. They are actually like hugging each other, like we made this kind of money. We're so happy, and they're hugging you, and you can use your senses. The goal is to make the scene as short as possible, though, like an Instagram reel. Make it 5 seconds or less. But usually for the Instagram style reel, this is for your desired reality. But you have to go back to your previous experiences and rewrite your experiences. Hence, when you rewrite your past, you rewrite your present moment. You're no longer living in your old past. You're now in this new timeline. And so the more you do that, and you have to use your emotions. This is not a logical thinking thing. If you think this through, this is not going to work. Because your conscious mind is still in the way. Your conscious mind has to get out of the way. And the reason why I said you have to be relaxed is because that's where the subconscious mind actually lives, in theta and alpha. Those are the brainwave states where the subconscious mind is easily susceptible, like when you're about to go to sleep, or when you're waking up, or when you get into a very deep, like meditative, like relaxed state. Closing your eyes definitely helps. And I want to share something with all of you. Isn't it interesting that people look to the sky for a dude, but yet when they go to pray, they close their eyes? Because closing your eyes signals that the God is actually within you, so you're actually looking within. Dear God, please, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You're actually going inwards. You're not to the sky. Most people are doing this. And they're not with their eyes open, they're doing this. So that means God is actually within you. So you're actually starting to permeate your subconscious mind. Evie, what's up? Sure. I can give an example of what that change past would look like after you've changed your present reality. Of course. So let's say now we did the money thing, right? So we're still going to work with the money one. So now parents in the past have now, like, remember, past is an illusion because past is still happening now, because you're thinking the thought, you're feeling the feelings in this moment right now. So you're in the past, you're seeing parents actually happy, and money is now easy. Now you're seeing money as something joyful. In your present experience, you're going to start to radiate the joy frequency, especially with money, because you've now tied money and joy together instead of money and pain. Now you see money and joy, and because you're now emanating from a joyful state, money is going to see you as safe because you made money safe. Everything in life is about feeling safe. It's all about safety and relief. That's really the two things everyone's looking for: safety and relief. You can get these two anchored into your system, you're done. This game is a wrap. You've already won. And so the reason I'm keeping my eyes closed is because I'm giving you the actual example right now. So you're in your present experience, and now you're seeing opportunities show up that you wouldn't have had. Remember, for those of you who are on, I got 2 Visa gift cards when one was defective, and I got 2. So basically the universe just gave me $150 just like that, randomly. No logic, it's very illogical. And even, I think it was, who said it? I forget who said it, but he's like, that was a rare error. I'm like, well, it's not rare in my reality, because rare inquires it's scarce. It's not possible, but in my reality it is possible, because I've decided that in my reality anything is possible for it to show up. And if you keep anchoring into that feeling, that means more possibilities will start to show up. And thus, when you change your previous experiences of, like, I'm going to use another example. Relationships. Doesn't matter with your family or with a partner. Instead of you seeing the pain and the suffering and the betrayal, you start to see you did separate obviously from them, but you cultivated a peaceful break and you forgave them, because most people are holding on to resentment, rejection, regret, revenge, or ridicule, the 5 R's. And these 5 R's are going to hold you energetically hostage within yourself. And if you do not let go of these things, you are going to get got by the universe. The universe is just going to keep giving you more of the same, and it's going to bring a person, a situation, an opportunity, or an event to keep mirroring back these 5 R's until you get the fucking lesson. And the only way to get rid of this is by one thing: forgiveness. You must forgive. And if you do not forgive, you are fucked. You are literally fucked. It's just that simple. I'll read up in a bit. I'm locked in right now. If you do not forgive these 5 R's, you are fucked. There is no other way, and you're going to stay fucked for the rest of your life. The universe won't budge, because the universe is lazy as fuck. Well, if you say you're fucked, then, Evie, then guess what? You are fucked. And if you don't change, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. If you don't want to change, then that's it. It's a wrap. But you have the power. You're giving power to staying fucked, but you have the power to unfuck yourself. So why are you choosing to stay fucked? There's a question. What are you afraid of? Do you not want change? This is why it's important to know, like, you write down the negative associations of, like, what if I get the money? What if I get this? What are the negative associations that are going to be associated with money, with success, with business, with partner, with love, with health, with whatever? And you look at it and you start to go within and you start to change the scene. Oftentimes, the reason why a lot of people don't do this is because either it's not important enough for you to do it, and thus that means you didn't really want that anyways, or the subconscious mind has finessed you into believing, which is actually the puppeteer mind finessing you and having control over you. But you're God. But you allowing these stupid ass things to block you? Like, it doesn't make any sense. You're God. You're infinite. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Right? We've been so programmed to think we're just human. No. You are a literal walking God. Don't let the word God mean some dude in the sky and some arrogant, pretentious thing because it sounds like God complex. No. You have the power of the God of the universe within inside of you. You're a droplet. You're the ocean, like, as a drop. And you have that creative force to make yourself powerful or powerless. And a lot of people, what they tend to do, and I've done it for years, we've made ourselves so powerless because we're so powerful. We make ourselves powerless because we've dumbed ourselves down just for the sake of feeling, connected with the people around us. You came here to live your own life. You didn't come here to live someone else's life. And so, like, you're not fucked. Don't ever say that, because even if you were joking around with that statement, don't joke around, because the subconscious mind doesn't take anything for joke. It takes everything for real. That's why, like, if you say, I see people say this as a joke, like, man, I'm such an idiot, or how could I be so stupid about blah, 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 or they're jokingly saying it, but the subconscious mind does not take that as a joke. It listens to everything, and it uses your emotions, your body, as a conduit to use what your words are saying. This is why I always talk about the power of your words. Know your words, but the thing is, it also comes down to the emotions you give behind those words, because it's not just even the words, it's the emotions you give behind the words. And so the more you say stuff like that, the more you reinforce that very ideology that you're basically fucked, you're screwed, but you're not. How can you be? If take it as this is a sign for you specifically, Evie. If you were fucked, then why did you come and find me? Why did your universe come and find me specifically? It doesn't make any sense. If you were actually fucked, you would actually not even be on the live stream at all, period. So that means you're not fucked. That means you have the power. That means you're able to shift because you have been shifting. So you got to see opportunities. You have to reframe the things that you've been experiencing in your life as actually you're seeing change in your life. Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I'm going to break it down again, and I do apologize. I'm not gonna be scrolling up, unfortunately, because there's just way too much that was left in the chat, and right now I'm in a flow. So if you guys need to repeat your things again, then repeat it. Retype your messages. If it's like don't worry about it, then we'll just keep moving forward because this is important. Basically, what I'm saying, Evie, and everyone who just showed up on the stream, is that if there's certain things in your life, like money, love, health, relationships, whatever it is, there's going to be some sort of negative association with it. We don't ask ourselves, okay, well, I want that partner. Okay, cool, but what are the negative associations that are attached with having a partner? It could be problems. Maybe you, in a previous relationship, you had problems with another partner. Maybe you had an experience where they betrayed you. Or I don't play tennis. Well, I do play tennis, but I don't play tennis. That's irrelevant right now. Just because I wear a headband doesn't mean that you play tennis. So you may have had an experience where your partner cheated on you, or your partner, did you dirty. So now you have this expectation that your next partner might potentially do that because that's the association. So you now equate relationships with heartbreak, with pain, with suffering, with betrayal. So you will then manifest that into the next partner, and that partner will prove the prover right because you're thinking that via your emotions. Because your subconscious mind is signaling out a person who's matching exactly what you believe is true, and thus what the thinker thinks the prover proves. And it's important to write it out. If you're really serious about shifting your life, you're going to do the work. You're going to go inwards, or you're going to write shit out. You're going to do whatever you need to do. You'll do whatever it takes to get this shit locked in. If you're not caring about your life, then it is what it is. Like, the universe can't really do much. Remember, there's that saying, you can't help those who don't want to help themselves, right? So those who have shown up on this stream, what's up, Lottery Energy? Good to see you. Those who have showed up on this stream, you are generally locked in. But now we're getting really deep because it's important to go into all of your life, whatever it is that you're desiring to manifest. You must go and find the negative associations, not the positive ones. We already know consciously you want to have that business, you want to have that partner. We know consciously, but what runs your reality? It's not your conscious mind. I hate to break it to a lot of you, but you can scream out affirmations all you want. You can have a vision board all you want. You can script 3-6-9 every day, 3 in the morning, 6 in the afternoon, 9 at night. You can do all the stupid techniques. They're not stupid, but you can do all the techniques you want. But if you do not get it with emotion, which your emotions are used by the subconscious mind, you will not be able to experience the things you want to experience. In fact, you will experience the things you don't want to experience because you're actually giving more emotions, funny enough, to that instead of the things you do desire. It's a paradox. Most people are focusing on what they don't want, and thus they get more of what they don't want. That's why life keeps giving you more of what you don't want. You don't want the pain, you don't want the suffering, but you keep focusing on the pain and suffering, so you get more pain and suffering. That's how this shit works. There's so many people, manifestation coach. There's only a few people who actually know what they're talking about. Nero, Katie, another brother who's called Ben, who has a channel called Life Lessons, and another guy named Reeves Sang. The rest, well, I mean, there's other channels in different languages that are talking about this stuff, so I don't know them because I clearly don't speak their language, but I know there's others who do it. But for the rest of the big people out there, they keep you almost like stuck in a box. What's up, Anthony? Yep. Superconscious, and the superconscious is your closer to your higher self or your God self. The master self, God self, higher self, insert your favorite word. Thank you for that, by the way. So you have to find all the negative associations with the subconscious mind. And look, I know right now there's a bunch of YouTube videos out there talking about your nervous system, your nervous system, your nervous system. You know, 3 years ago, nobody was talking about your nervous system. You know why people are starting to talk about the nervous system? Everybody's talking about this shit. It's because itself is wanting everybody to know that the nervous system is linked to the subconscious mind. Itself is starting to tell every single human who is in vibrational resonance to remember who you are and saying the same messages. Because when I started saying it, nobody was saying it, but now everybody's saying the same thing I'm saying. Because I'm saying, remember who you are. Now everybody's saying, remember who you are. What the thinker thinks to prove proves, and thus more people are starting to say the same shit. Maybe they were always saying the same shit, but I was not in that vibrational resonance for me to see those people saying, remember who you are. But now I'm running into people who are saying the exact same shit that I'm saying. We're basically doing the same work. All of us. At the core, we're basically doing the same shit. We're helping each other remember who we are. At the core of everything we're doing in this reality is helping each other remember more of who you are. And who are you? You are itself, and itself is the term I use for God, G-O-D, or the infinite intelligence, I. Infinite intelligence is more of a neutral term. God has this like dude attached to it for most people, but it's not a dude. It is not a dude. Unfortunately, I hate to break it to all of you who think it's a dude. You can still use the dude if you want. If it's working for you, keep using it, but it's not a dude. Because that would make no sense. It's not a dude. It's an energy. And that energy cannot be explained with any limited language that we have. Language is limited. Unfortunately. Dude, he's not a dude, it's an energy that's just permeating all of us. And so that energy, all of you have it. Every single human on the planet has the same power within. There is no one who's higher and better. There are people who are, this is the difference. You either have too much baggage, cloggage, or you're free. When I say free, you have no baggage and you have no cloggages. And it only comes down to a couple things: awareness and where you place your attention. A lot of people have great intention, but their attention is placed on something that they're not supposed to be placing attention on. Thus, like, that's why they keep manifesting, and you're manifesting every second of every day. Every moment you're manifesting. In fact, in this moment, you're manifesting this conversation right now, all of you, because your soul needed to hear this. And my soul needed to share this with you all. I manifested you guys to hear this, so that you guys start to ripple out to your people around you, to start making sure you start to shift, and you start to help the people around you to start to shift too. And the earth is becoming more conscious. Every day, there's always someone new talking about, remember who you are. There's no accidents. You guys see when I'm on the trail how many people are starting to become more aware, and they're stopping by and they're chatting with me. This is not a script. There's no like pre-scripted things. People are randomly coming up to me. You guys see it on the live stream. We're at the water, I'm talking with Mike, or I'm talking with Tom, or I'm talking with somebody, and they're in vibrational resonance. I used to once say, nobody in this area is conscious, everybody's asleep. But that is so not true. There's a lot of people who are actually awake. I'm just now aware of that because I started to shift my perception, because I started to see everybody as itself remembering who they are, because I told myself in my reality everybody actually remembers who they are. And as I start to do that, more people around me are starting to remember who they are, because we have that power to influence your entire, you are your own walking universe, and everyone is their own walking universe, and we have the ability to co-manifest with each other or go against each other. But here's the thing, when we're going against each other, we're really going against ourselves. So really, like, what the fuck are we doing? all of you have the power. Head off to sleep, bro. All of you have the power right now to literally rip a rift in time and space. That's how powerful you are. But you know what you're using your power for? I'm never going to make it. I can't do it. This is hard. Life is difficult. Why me? Why does God hate me? These are things I used to say too. So remember, I'm basically saying the same shit that some of you might be saying internally but not saying externally. Life is hard. I'm not mocking any of you while I'm doing this. I like to enter this other character. So I'm going to just bear with me. Life is hard. Why me? I'll never get there. This reality sucks. People are awful. I hate this world. I'm never going to make it. Success is not for me. Those are so dangerous to say that. Don't ever say those words. Please do not ever say that. Ever. If you have, it's okay. Forgive yourself. But don't ever say those words again. Success is not for me. It's only for other people. And so the more you start entertaining that, this is a bar, and please write this down. You are so powerful that you make yourself powerless. You are so powerful that you make yourself so powerless. Thank you, bro. You are so Please, somebody write that in the chat. You are so powerful that you make yourself powerless. That's how powerful you are, because you make yourself powerless by being so powerful. Random. This is why I'm not reading the chat much, because we got like random stuff like that. You are so powerful that you make yourself powerless. If someone could please type that in the chat, that would be great. Because if you do type that, thank you very much for that. Well, you are so powerful that you make yourself powerless. But yes, you are so powerful that you actually can make yourself even more powerful. That's even better. Thank you for that one. No, you're good. You're good. Don't worry. You're good. That's actually perfect that you wrote it like that way. That's perfect. No, you're good. You did me a favor by doing that, because you are so powerful that you can even make yourself even more powerful, because you're so powerful to make yourself powerful. Do you see that? So thank you for that. You actually did it the right way. You were supposed to type it that way for me to say it that way. But yes, you have the power. You are so powerful that you can make yourself powerful, or you're so powerful that you can make yourself so powerless. So it's not something you learn, it's something you are. You don't need to learn shit. You just have to remember who you are. You think you have to learn, but you don't have to learn anything. You just have to remember what you once were. Slow down. It's not something you have to learn. It's something you have to tap into that you already are. What's up, Michael? What's up, Daniel? Good to see all of you. There is nothing for you to learn. It's for you to remember. So how do you remember something that you forgot? Great question. It's all about slowing down and observing. The only way this is going to work is for you guys to slow down. And how do you slow down? Well, number one, you have to find time you actually have to find time in your day to schedule in to do nothing. And when I say do nothing, that doesn't mean sit on your tablet or your phone and start scrolling. I mean sit and do nothing, like literally do this. And just look and observe and just be. But you're going to start to see your mind is going to start to talk and start saying all kinds of stuff. We should go eat dinner. Well, I need to go actually move my body in a moment, but we should go eat dinner. I already ate dinner, by the way. What am I going to do tomorrow? I have that call that I have to do. You're just watching your thoughts. Just don't make it into a problem, because then you make this into like a mental gymnastic thing, and then you won't want to do it. Just sit and observe. That's all you're doing. As you get better at sitting and observing, you're going to start to notice that, why am I thinking these thoughts? Then you're going to start to realize that you're not the thoughts. For those of you who have been here, you already know you're not the thoughts. For those of you who are new, you're not the mind. You have a mind, your mind's a tool. You use the tool and not be used by it. Most people, unfortunately, are being used by their mind. They are the puppet, and the mind is the puppeteer. And when you start to relax internally, or when you start to slow down, you start to naturally start to relax. That's a byproduct of slowing down. And getting into a relaxed state is going to start to help you to impress upon your subconscious mind the things that you're meant to have. You can start to rewrite the scene of anything in your previous experiences. But if someone says, but I can't change this, this is what happened, you're allowing the mind to finesse you into believing you can't change. That's another defense mechanism of the mind, because it knows that you're about to change. So it seeks to reside in your mind. And it's that entity, and it is an entity, and don't see it as some negative evil thing. When I say entity, it's just an egregore. That's not a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a neutral term. Don't start creating all kinds of unnecessary problems with those words. It's just, it seeks to stay in your head because it's taking up mental real estate that's been there for like 20 years or whatever it was, but now you're about to kick it out. But when I say kick it out, you're not being angry or vile to it. You're literally just saying, look, I'm no longer subscribing to this ideology that like I'm not good enough, or I'm not meant to be successful, or I'm not meant to have this, blah, 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 blah. I often wake up in a different room. Interesting. So the more you start to get into a relaxed state, the more you're going to start to enter the subconscious mind, and you can start to reorganize the mind in the way you want to. Think of it like you're the master mold. You're the one that's controlling the mind now, and you get to rearrange it in any way you want. The thing is, a lot of people think that manifestation is something external, that you're changing reality. Manifestation has nothing to do about shifting your external reality. It's about shifting internally. I'm going to leave Nero's definition quickly of manifestation because it's close to being perfect. Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree in which you are no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing your reality change. I'm going to repeat that one more time. Manifestation is internally shifting, not externally shifting, internally shifting. Internal. You're shifting internally. You're embodying the state of what you desire to feel: confident, abundance, joy, love, appreciation, success, fulfillment, whatever. Internally shifting to a degree in which you are no longer, you're not looking at this, you're still living in the world obviously, but you're not focusing on the external, you're focusing on the internal. No longer emotionally dependent. You're not dependent upon external reality. You're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. You don't care if your eyes don't see shit. You already know you're good. The world has programmed each of us saying, if you don't have it, then that's not true. That's a lie. No, that's actually false. The real is actually within. You already have everything that you ever say. Just because someone doesn't have something in their bank account doesn't mean it's not real. If you say you already have it, you already have it. It's done. But we've been so programmed that this is a physical world, and it's only natural because we live in a physical experience. I'm sitting in a physical chair. But you have everything within you right now. You are not missing anything. You cannot miss anything. That's why if you look at the channel, it always keeps saying the answer is you. It's not me. It's you. This channel is just to help people to remember who they are, nothing more. I'm not here to be your teacher, your mentor, your guru, your sensei, your sage, whatever. I'm literally here to remind you that you are God walking in human form. not God complex, thinking that you're better than everybody. God consciousness, knowing that you're equal to everyone and that you have the power within yourself to actually influence your physical reality, but you're internally shifting to a degree that you don't give a fuck what's happening externally. You walk as it is done. It's finished. Once you've said it, now you must embody it and walk it and feel it. What does it feel like to be that version of you who's already with the partner? How do they talk? How do they show up? How do they communicate? How do they present themselves? Somebody who's running a multi-billion-dollar brand, how do they show up? What are the things they do? What are the things not that they don't do? What are the things that they entertain in their mind? What are the things that they don't entertain? What are the content that they watch or not watch? So like the more you start to shift internally, I'm going to emphasize this word, internally, because you all have the power. You can literally hit the switch and say, I'm confident now. You can do that. But the problem is your mind's going to get in the way saying, who do you think you are? You can't do that. That's what your mind's going to do. It's going to say, who do you think you are? But you are not the mind. You control the mind. But the mind right now has control over you. And who are you? Once again, you are the infinite intelligence. You're the infinite who's being controlled by some little finite puppeteer who doesn't know any better. Because the finite mind has now been created by the infinite you, because that's why I said you are so powerful, you've made yourself powerless by creating a mind that's made yourself so powerless so that you're walking in this world like as if you can't do shit. You can do anything you fucking want. You have that much power. Now don't be arrogant and don't go and start creating all kinds of stupid ass shit for the rest of us. But please make sure to know that you have the power within yourself to go and live the best life by your design within yourself. Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree in which you are no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. You are good with it or without it. And here's the thing, when you're good without it, watch as the universe starts to give you everything you ever wanted in the physical. Because you don't care. Do you know how many women are hitting on me now? I stopped giving a fuck about women, but women are hitting on me all the time now. But when I used to care about women, then no one was hitting on me. Isn't it hilarious? It's what's the word? Not paradoxical. It's like a weird conundrum that's happening. When you stop caring, then it starts coming. But when you care about something, then it doesn't come. Pause on that. That wasn't even a bar. That was a verse. That wasn't even a verse. That was a fucking this is another word, ironic. Thank you for that. That was a fucking sermon. Now I'm going to get up and move my body. Cuz I got shit to do. Cuz I choose to. But I'm going to still talk. I'll leave you guys with that stuff. But I'm going to continue to share stuff as I move my body. I still have a few things to do. And yes, I like pink. But I have, for those of you who are like, you have pink dumbbells? Well, I also have big ass dumbbells too. So just to make sure my guys out there are like, you like pink? Well, there you go. There's some black dumbbells for you. And they're very heavy. You're welcome. Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree in which you are no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. I'm going to say that in my own words. Manifestation is actually revelation. Revelation is internally already shifted to which you already know who you actually are, and you are good with or without the thing because you stop being dependent upon seeing your external reality change. That's my way of saying it. A lot of us think that manifestation is creating something and you're taking physical action to create something. That's not true. Unfortunately, you're not creating shit. You're only midwifing it through your actions. You're revealing it into your physical form via the mental realm. Just because you can't see with your eyes doesn't mean it doesn't exist, okay? Here's the thing. Can you see Wi-Fi? Can any of you see the Wi-Fi? Can you see the zeros and ones floating to your phones? No. And if you do, congratulations, you're awesome. But most of you cannot see Wi-Fi, but you know it exists because you see the signal on your phone. You see the little symbol that says it's working, but can you see it from your router to your phone? No. So just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So all things exist, and I'm pointing up, but it's not really up, it's actually here. Because we've been trained to look up. It's not up, it's here. Everything exists here. Right here, in this moment, right now. All right, push-ups. I got 55 push-ups to do. Let's go. And when I'm doing these movements, just so you know, this is what helps me to lock into being more within myself, because I get to see what my body is feeling. Like right now, I know that my right wrist, there's a little bit of a strain due to the fact that when I was lifting up this dumbbell earlier, I kind of pulled like it in a weird way. So like there's a little bit of a strain now. But it allows me to at least be observant to like what is going on and send healing within myself. That forces you to be more present. When you get more present, all the answers you're looking for are right here. And again, I apologize for not answering anybody's messages, but I'm locked the fuck in today. I'm not purposely ignoring anybody. I'm just locked in. It's okay. My wrist is going to heal because it's already healed. All right, that's 55 push-ups. What do we got? Dark matter. Don't give a fuck about dark matter. Focus on your reality. See, the problem is a lot of people are focusing on bullshit that has no relevancy to your life. Sure, is dark matter real? Absolutely it is. But does it have any relevancy to your life? People are looking for information because they want to explore the cosmos. Go and explore the cosmos. Go have fun. But spirituality without the ability to control your reality is nothing more than fucking vanity. So all of this extra information, black holes, dark matter, spirit guides, demons, angels, archangels, demiurges, all this other shit is fucking vanity. It has no relevancy to your life. Zero. Zilch. If you can't even control your reality, why are you focusing on other things like that? I'm not saying don't go explore. Go and explore. But it has no relevancy to your experience. Can you use dark matter to manifest? Sure you can. Use anything. You have to be the one that gives conviction to those things though. Because the answers always start within you. Always. The answer is you. It always has been. You're the one where life springs from. You're the one where all the techniques will either work or not work. So, there are so many people who say, Orion, what's the best technique to use to manifest? I'm not a manifestation coach, just so you know. I'm a mindset coach. But in the process of helping people to wire this, it is actually indirectly helping them to manifest things. So I'm the jack of all trades coach. The jack of all trades and the master of all. Not the master of some, not the master of none, but the master of all, because I can tell myself that I mastered it all. That may sound arrogant, but it's not. Because when you know who you are, everything becomes like this. Easy. Anyways, Can you use dark matter? Dark matter is real. It exists. Can our mind fully understand or comprehend dark matter, though? Like, it's like that. Our mind can guesstimate. But most people are focusing on things and they want to be so spiritually attuned and have the fucking infinity stones of the universe, but yet they can't even control their own life. They're not manifesting their life by their design. They're living on fucking default. So what's the point? That's what I did. I spent 7 years gathering the infinity stones. And guess what I had to do with the infinity stones? Take the gauntlet off and throw it away. You know why? Because all of it was just vanity. The answer everyone's looking for is right where you're standing in this moment. Right here, right now is you. You are the answer. Everything you're looking for, right here. Because it starts with your beliefs. It starts with your thoughts. It starts with your feelings. It starts with your actions or inactions. And it also starts with your words. That you speak or you don't speak. Or you feel or you don't feel. Because it always starts with you. You're the one that life springs from. Squats. Yeah. I didn't even read what Clash was saying. It's okay. Whatever Clash is saying, it's accurate, true, and real for him. That's why I'm not paying attention to chat too much, because like I'm locked in. Whoever is listening is listening. Whoever isn't. It's just that simple. Those who are too much in their head, being too intellectually spiritual, they're going to be locked there, because I was there once upon a time too. I was where Clash was too. I don't know what Clash has said. I haven't read anything he said, to be honest, because I'm not really looking at the chat. But I was once where Clash was. I was once where a lot of you may currently are, but I know where you all actually are right now. You're in your own now moment, and you all have all your answers right now, because I see that for all of you. The question is, do you see that for yourself? And I said this a couple days ago, but I'm going to say this again. Is the version of you that I know more powerful than the version of you that you have of yourself? That's a real bar. If you didn't catch it, I'm a rewind that one more time. Is the version of I'm not saying it. Let me. The version of you that I know of you, is it more powerful than the version of you that you have of yourself? So is my version of you more powerful of you, or is your version of you more powerful than the version that I have of you? That's a question. I hope to God that your version is more powerful than mine. But if it's not, then what are you doing? Because you are equal to everything in the universe. You're not above or below. You are extremely powerful. You are the walking universe, or the walking infinite intelligence. If you don't want to use the God word, you're the walking infinite intelligence in human form. Infinite intelligence is you. You can call that consciousness, you can call it awareness, you can call it whatever. It's all interchangeable words. They all mean basically the same shit. This is who each of you are, and you are so powerful beyond measure that you are literally, this is it. This is your universe. Each of you are your own walking universe. You log into this game called Earth every morning or every night, depending on when you wake up, and you navigate around the world, or you navigate wherever you are. You go through your game, and then you log out in the morning or night, depending on when you go to sleep. And then you return home to where you once came from, hence the dream world is actually very real. And then you wake up and you log back in and you see all the other characters playing their game. This is a literal video game. It may not look like a video game, but it is a video game. Life's a game. And you get to play it the way you choose to. Who asked this question? Lost in the dream. Can you demonstrate why life exists? Why are we conscious? That is something that I cannot, unfortunately, because the answer is right there. That's just a question from the mind wanting to be logical because it wants proof and evidence. You don't need the proof and evidence. You're right there. That's all you need to know. Your life is already conscious enough. That's why I keep pointing that the answer is you. I can't really demonstrate it because what is there to demonstrate? It's right here. The mind wants all the answers, but the mind can't handle some of the answers because the mind simply can't accept all the answers. But the answer is right here, in this moment. There was a guy we had on our stream named Clayton. He was asking, where's the soul? Where's the soul? I kept showing right here. I pointed to him, but I was pointing there, but like it's right there. He's like, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? He kept saying, I need empirical evidence, because the mind always is looking for evidence. That's normal for the mind to do that. But the soul doesn't need no fucking evidence. It just knows. It doesn't need to ask questions like that. But that's why the universe made the world the way it is, so that you have infinite exploration. So you'll never run out of things to find and discover. So that question, you'll go on a journey to go figure out whatever it is to demonstrate or to explain consciousness, but you'll come back to the conclusion that it was always you. Hence why, for me, like, I'm done. I'm finished. Am I going to still grow and expand? Of course I am. From the mind level, I'm always growing and expanding. But from the soul level, I'm done. It's finished. I live from the soul, not from the mind. But the mind will always ever expand. It's a contradiction. It's a paradox. Both are equal and true. The soul is infinite, the mind's finite. But they're both working together at the same time. The soul has all answers. So like the question that you asked about, can you just describe consciousness? It's right here. What else do you need to know? But the mind can't accept that because the mind wants some more, but the thing is, as the mind's looking for more, it'll never accept what's here right now because it thinks it's in some next future moment, but no future moment it can't happen until you're in the now. Hope that makes sense. To Jeanette about learning. You can use the word learning, but you're not learning, you're remembering. But use the word learning if you choose to. For me personally, learning is a trap because it keeps you playing stuck in small and pretending like you're some finite little character. Of course, you can change the meaning to learning, and I've done that. But most people's learning is keeping them confined to this small little thing that they're needing to traverse to get somewhere. But you're remembering. Remembering means that you're in the spot, just undoing all the extra shit that you've had to go through to undo and unbecome and unlearn to remember. But yes, you will always pick up new things for the mind. The mind will always pick up new things every day. It will always expand every day. In fact, it's not expanding every day, it's expanding every second. You're actually, we'll use the word learning for now, you're learning in every present moment. Your mind, that is. Even when it doesn't feel like it, you are actually learning in every moment. But again, I don't use the word learning personally because that word learning is like this to me. That's like kindergarten shit. I play PhD level. I remember. Remembering is more powerful than learning. For me, in my reality, remembering is more powerful than learning because remembering is just, you have all the answers. You're just going through a process of unbecoming and undoing all the shit that you picked up was helpful but not helpful, and you're undoing, so you're remembering all that you once were, the infinite. Not just the human character that you're playing, but the infinite that you are. Hence why remembering is more powerful than learning. That's why I use the word remembering. And more people are actually using remembering now, and which is hilarious because itself is wanting everyone to use that verbiage. Yeah. So that's why I use the word remembering. But itself is working through each of us to use verbiage like that. I see so many people now saying, remember who you are. I remember who I am. Remembering what I forgot. I'm like, I thought I was the only one that was saying that now. Nope. So many people saying the same shit. How? Because itself is starting to work through each of us for us to be more aware. There are a lot of little children that are coming to Earth right now that already know who they are. They don't need anything. They don't need to be trained. They don't need to learn shit. They already know. They're the next breed of humans who are coming to the Earth already fully aware of everything and are capable of so many things, and we call them prodigies or geniuses, but they're not prodigies or geniuses. They simply have their memories. They simply are remembering who they are before they came here. And that's why they know what they know. And what we're doing is remembering who we are. We just have to go through our BS, but the reason why we chose this path was so our soul had a more exponential growth. Their soul isn't any more powerful than ours, and our soul is not any more powerful than theirs, but we just decided to have a more chaotic experience from the let's say the 1940s to, well, I'm going to say the 1900s. If there's anybody who's still alive from 1900, I'm sure there is. But anyways, from 1900 to 2026, or 1900, sorry, not 2026, 1900 to 2012, that gap, humans from this gap here had to go through a process of like absolutely like brutal experiences. This gap right here. But those who are still alive from that gap are starting to remember. So any kid now from 2012 onwards has started to remember already who they are. Some forget. Some still have to go through a process of remembering, but they will ultimately remember. Not all kids remember, but majority are starting to tap into things that, like, how do they know how to do that? Like Evan, Jason and Tiff's son, he's 7 years old, which it was his birthday 2 days ago, and I really should message Jay and tell Evan happy birthday, I forgot. But Evan, he just one day started to do this. None of the YouTubers he watches meditate, but he started to do chin mudra. He started to do this. Like, he started cross-legging, he started to do this one day, and Tiffany was shocked. Where the hell did he pick that up from? They watch everything he's watching, and none of them meditate. So he literally is remembering something of his former self. He's 7 years old. He has no business doing chin mudra. Chin mudra is holding your thumbs and your index fingers together and sitting in cross pose with a lotus form. But he started doing that. Where the hell did he get that from? Consciousness. He's starting to remember little by little. And I told Jay and Tiffany to pay attention to what he is doing, and don't influence him with your fears and your limitations that you may have. Because if you do, you're going to block him. Hence why all of you who have had parents who don't remember who they are, they basically did their damage, but it's not their fault, because they themselves were also blocked too, because they got damaged by their parents. And it's a cycle. You all are cycle breakers. If you found this channel, you're a cycle breaker. Congratulations, because you're the one that has to break the cycle now, if you choose to. You're the one that's going to be breaking the cycle. You're the one. Congratulations. You chose to be that cycle breaker. Now you must bear that responsibility and break it, if you choose to. I'm going to read the chat in a moment. I'm going to finish up my squats. I got lots to still finish up. It's starting to get darker sooner now. Sun is still there for a little bit of time. I'll read the chat in a moment. Like I said, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. By the way, just for some of you to know, there are people who charge $10,000 for this information, which, by the way, you don't ever need to pay anybody for this kind of like information. If you're paying somebody, you're paying them to help you to work with your subconscious. But information is not to be gate kept. I don't gatekeep shit. That's why my clients pay me, because they know I won't gatekeep shit. They pay me because they know that they'll get results. Cool. We're done with that. All right, let me take a moment to read the chat. Yeah, nonverbal is definitely huge. Always find your own balance. Thank you, Lottery Energy. Yeah, weather is alright. It's gonna get a little chillier in the evening though. Yeah, rumination and depression are closely associated with each other. So he's just so smug, needs to get into contact with his inner humble self. I've been humble for most of my life. You have no idea who I am. Come live my life and then you'll see how humble I was. And for gradient echo, I mean, if you think I know everything, then congratulations. You showed me your level of awareness. I do know a lot of things. I am aware of a lot of things. I asked for universal awareness, so the universe gave me universal awareness. Whichever you ask for, you shall get. Be careful what you wish for there. And the universe gave it to me specifically because I came here to help the rest of the planet to remember who they are so that I can go home finally. That's my mission. I didn't come here to do your traditional 9 to 5 or, have the same things as most humans. I came here to serve. I'm like a volunteer soul. I came here to volunteer my time, get paid to what I'm supposed to get paid for, to do what I'm supposed to do, and get off of this planet and go home. I love this place, though. I really do, and I love the people of this place. But those who want to listen will listen. For those of you who have stayed on, you can determine if I'm smug or arrogant, or you can decide if you've already made your preconceived notions of me, but your preconceived notions of me are of yours and yours alone, not mine. I know who I am. So to echo, I appreciate your feedback, but this is probably not in alignment for you, so I would highly recommend to peace out. Just saying. You asked the universe for me to shut up. Well, unfortunately, the universe is not going to work through you like that because it's not going to work because this is my live stream and the universe is working through me. It's working through you too, but it's not going to tell me to shut up. It's basically using you as an example for me to see if I'm going to fall into little third dimensional traps. I'm not going to. Sorry. Next. Well, thank you, Wilderness, but my name's not Ryan, it's Orion. Maybe that was auto text, but it's okay. It is what it is. That's why I'm not looking at the. I'm actually not going to look at the chat going forward. I'm just going to keep talking. Yeah. What's up, Michael? Good to see you, bro. So yeah, let me continue. You all are so powerful that you make yourself either powerful or powerless based on the things that you think, the things you feel, the things you say, the actions you take, or the beliefs you believe in. That's the formula to life. And if you are aware of the formula to life, then you can start to rearrange your life in a way by your design, not by default. What's the default? Negative, lack, scarcity, fear, fear-mongering, anger, frustration, annoying, painful, struggle. And by the way, most of humanity, unfortunately, has a struggle complex. And I've talked about this, but for those of you who are new, I'm going to explain the struggle complex right now. Some of you might get a light bulb moment here. For those of you who go to the movies, if you still go to the movies, imagine you go watch the Avengers Doomsday movie that's coming out in December. And the superheroes, they beat Doctor Doom in 5 minutes. The movie's over. 5 minutes. You pay $20 to sit for 5 minutes to see the end already happen. You'd be like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why? Like, why did I pay this? You've made your life into a movie because all the other people around you struggled. And because you don't want to feel different from them, because you want to feel accepted and approved by them, you are going to create vibrational self-sabotage by creating more struggle and difficulty into your life so that you can be relatable to the people around you. And so you're not going to make your life easy. In fact, you're going to make it hard, because that's why people say, I value someone who's hardworking, because you went through 60 years of the grind and you finally made that $1 million. But imagine somebody did it in 6 months. Would you celebrate the person who did it in 6 months? Of course not. That's not what society does. They celebrate someone who's gone through 60 years. Like, fuck yeah, man. You persevered for 60 years? God damn. 60 years, you made that $1 million. But somebody did it in 6 months. Actually, you know what? Somebody did it in 6 days. How about that? To make it even more unrealistic. Because for most of us, making $1 million in 6 days seems unrealistic. But it's actually very possible. But you're not going to want to do that. Unfortunately, due to that nature, you're going to continuously make life more harder than it has to be. And because life's going to be harder than it has to be, your life's going to seem like it's out of control and like you have no control over it. But guess what? You do have control over it. Because it started with you. Because you made your life into a movie that has to be overcoming and struggling. I had not a client of mine, but a friend who has a client who worked on Wall Street, and he was supposed to take over as the boss. The boss was set to retire. Unfortunately, the boss started to see this dude vibrationally self-sabotage. He was coming to work late. He wasn't performing anymore, because the boss handed him something that was like on a silver fucking platter, but he felt like he didn't deserve it. And because he didn't feel like it deserved it, he had to feel like he had to work for it. So guess what he did? He created problems. And the boss turned to him and he's like, what happened? I thought you were going to be the guy that was going to take over for me. I guess I was wrong about you. So guess what he did? He started to have to go through the process of now rebuilding. He started coming to work early. He started to perform again. And then the boss was like, wow, you really did turn around. I guess you were really the right guy for the job. And then he handed him the job, and now he's the boss. But here's the thing. He created unnecessary problems just to see that he was meant to have it, but he was already supposed to have it, but he went and created a problem already feeling like he wasn't deserving of it. And that's the problem. A lot of us, we feel like we're not deserving of these things. Give me a moment. I'm going to be right back. I'm on BRB. The microphone's going to cut out. I knew today. I knew when I saw her. Like, when obviously, give me that hug. A hug. Oh, no. From the last time we chatted, something changed.
You know, um, it's like, how do I explain it? It's like I have a different point of view on things, and someone else could have a different point of view on things, right?
Makes sense.
So it's like the more I meet new people, it's like,
You're seeing their perspectives,
yeah, it's like
and some of it's not in alignment.
it's it's all so fucked. Like it's all so fucked, man.
Bro, I'm
Like,
because you're already. Do you think narrow? He's All right, I'm back. Apologies about that, but I haven't seen one of my cousins in like a hot minute, so he just came and picked up my aunt. Oh, it was good to see him. He's one of the family members who actually evolved, and I'm like, this is so fascinating, because him and I, we used to butt heads a lot, but like he and his mom, that wasn't his mom, that was his grandma, but his mom are the two who actually awakened in the family. I'm like, ooh, this is interesting. Now I actually have people to talk to in the family. This is fascinating, because I was the only one in the family who was aware of this stuff. But now that's not the case anymore, because everyone is starting to slowly get the message. And when I saw it in my family, like, yep, the rest of the world is starting to catch up now. So here we are. All right, I got mobility training. I'm going to work on my wrists because the wrists are feeling it right now. So, and for those of you who are new to this channel, this live stream is very unconventional from your traditional live stream. I do whatever I want, whenever I want, however I choose to. Some days I'm at the water talking, other days I'm working out, some days I'm just eating food, and other days I'm just chilling, playing a video game. Mondays are my client days, so I work with my clients on Mondays. I built my life where I work one day a week. The rest of the week, I do whatever I want. Oh yeah, okay. Wrists are done. I'm glad you guys are building. I'm glad you guys are building connection. That's one of the things about this live stream. People are connecting with other people. Not to say that doesn't happen on other people's live streams, but this channel, people are actually connecting with other people and building bonds. So I let the live stream chat go the way it is. Sometimes the chat goes out of hand, but I don't. I'm just doing me at this point. God damn. Heel. It's not too much pain, but it's just, I actually overextended it when I used my dumbbell today, when I was when I was doing the curl. But speaking of that, let's do a couple anyways. 45-pound dumbbells, by the way. For those of you who are wondering, what's the weight of these? 45. These are my adjustable dumbbells. They can go to 90 pounds, but I can lift the 90, but I can't curl it. I can do certain exercises with 90 pound, but I can't curl yet. Keyword is yet. I'm working my way up the scale. Soon I'm going to be changing these to 50 pounds. One more on both sides. Good. All right. Whew. Whew. All right, we got shoulders and we got spine to do. and hips. Shoulders, I'm gonna do that move. So I explained some moves as well, why I do what I'm doing. This one right here is good for your shoulders. So I'm all about mobility and like health. I'm all about the health aspect as well. Because if you have healthy joints, you have a healthy body. Healthy body, healthy life. Because your mind and your body are a team. They may look independent, but they are a system. They work together. The mind uses the body and the body uses the mind. Get them into alignment and you are unstoppable. When they're not in alignment though, that's when problems start to arise. And that's why, like for me, treat yourself like a garden hose. Yeah, I did say what I just said there. Treat your body like a garden hose. If your garden hose is kinked up, energy can't flow through, which means water can't flow through the hose. And that energy is what gives you information to your mind to help you to be more present, more aware, opens up your perception. But if you have kinks in your system, like right now, I have a small little kink in my wrist. So my body is going to do its job to heal throughout the night. The pain in my wrist, which is going to be gone in the morning. The kink will be disappearing. The mind right now is focusing on sending healing energy to the wrist. But when the body is not needing to heal, the extra energy goes to the mind, and the mind can start to tap into universal flow, aka the wisdom that we all possess within ourselves. Hence why I see everything as interconnected. It's all one thing. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Because your joints, I do a lot of fitness, but the one thing I see in the fitness industry is that they neglect their joints. I know it sounds like an old person thing, but it's not an old person thing. In fact, shoulda, coulda, woulda, can't go back in the past, but you can definitely focus on it now. But had I started this in my 20s, I would have set up a lot of success for myself in my 30s and into my 40s. But I started this in my 40s, and here we are. I feel stronger, faster, smarter, tougher, more resilient, more agile, more flexible, more resilient, if I didn't already say that, than I did ever in my life. Age is but a number. It's the state of being you feel internally. Hence why I keep saying your internal state's more important than your external circumstances. Your internal state is what produces your external experiences, both positively or negatively. It's starting to get a little dark. I'm going to do 2 more. And the last one I'm going to hold. Awesome. Move these out of the way. Let me see what we got in chat. Well, I'm glad you guys are chatting about. I don't know what you guys are chatting about, but I'm glad you guys are chatting. Keep on keeping on. I'm just going to keep talking about whatever that pops in my head, or what the universe wants to flow through. I'm doing spine now. So every other day I do upper body, and every other day I do lower body. So tomorrow's lower body, so it'll be knees, hamstrings, ankles, and hips. And hips is the interconnectedness between upper and lower. So I work on hips every day, essentially. Hips and core every day. Okay, cool. I'll do the other side. Getting it done. Well, it's good to have Clash on, and it's good to have, what was your other name? Lost. So Clash and Lost, welcome to the channel. Appreciate having you both on. I know I haven't really communicated much with both of you, but appreciate you guys being on. Every live stream is interconnected with each other, even if I'm just chilling and chatting. Some days there's a lesson that I'm talking about with a specific word. Other days it's a chill and chat. Some days I'm just driving, and some days I'm just gaming. Some days I'm just doing whatever it is that I need to do. So yeah, every live stream is interconnected, but I do repeat myself a fair bit because there's always going to be someone new jumping on the channel. So if you guys heard me say the same things over and over, it sounds like a broken fucking record, I apologize, but there are ways I can say the same thing using it in a slightly different way. Jeanette's been here for about a month and a half, almost 2, give or take. I think Jeanette's been here for about 2 now. So she kind of gets the gist of like what I'm about. She's heard me say the same things over and over, but sometimes I've reframed things in slightly different ways that it lands a different way. Because sometimes you have to hear something multiple times for it to kind of like snap and click into place like a puzzle piece. Because when you say something multiple times and you say it in slightly different ways, that one time could be like that moment where the light bulb goes off in your head, like, oh shit. So there's power in repetition, in repetition, but repetition isn't the fastest way to, get something. It's all about emotionally, intensely experiencing or observing something. That's when you'll actually you'll get it. And I do my best when I'm speaking to be ever present with my words, so I can send the aligned energy to the words. I'm all about talking about words as well. This is one topic that I will never stop talking about: the power of your words. What you say, whether you type it, you text it, you write it, you think it, you speak it, or you feel it. Your words, depending on the energy behind your words that you speak, feel, say, do, act, be, whatever, can change, or it can alter your life in an instant. It can bring forth chaos, or it can bring forth harmony. And you have that power in every present moment to change your words and shift it. And I have an exercise, and I've given this exercise before, where for the next couple days, start to pay attention to every word you're about to type or text, and before you hit enter, and see how present you start to get. And you start to see, like, as you're typing, like, each letter, you're seeing how you're actually, like, engaging with your finger as it touches the screen. That forces you to be even more present, to engage with your senses of touch. And those are the spaces there where all the answers lie, that everyone's looking for. All the magical things everyone's looking for is in that moment, just by being in the present moment, the now. Like right now, I'm holding the dumbbell in my hand and I'm swinging it upwards, and in this motion I'm feeling the presence of my arm and my elbow locking in place, my shoulders, my ankles, and I'm getting to be in the now and feel my body fully. The magic of the body, the intelligence of the body, the durability of the body, as I'm like putting my hands on my hips, I'm getting to feel my breathing. I'm getting to feel my obliques, my bones, the meat on my skin, or the meat on my bones. I'm getting to see the sky. I'm getting to be in this moment. This is what everyone's looking for, this ever-present moment. They're seeking bliss, harmony, nirvana. They're seeking, transcendental experiences. It's right here in this moment. Everything everyone's looking for, they think it's in some next moment, but it's in this moment right here, right now. Evie, I don't know if you're still here. I hope a lot of things I said earlier made sense. I didn't even read. I'm going to just read the chat quickly. The most important things are unknowable. The most important things are actually not unknowable. The most important things are knowable, but the mind is going to create the obfuscation, which means making something that's supposed to be super simple and overcomplicated to make it look smarter, more sophisticated than it has to be. The mind's going to make it unknowable by making you believe that's unknowable. It's actually knowable. Everything you really want to know is right here in this moment. Now, will you know what a black hole is truly made of and what's on the other side of a black hole? Like, for me, it's fascinating to know what's on the other side of a black hole, but for me, it's just spiritual vanity, scientific vanity. Like, it's cool, but like, what is it to do? To impress someone with more wisdom? But if that wisdom is not really producing anything conducive into your life that's actually helping to benefit your life in any way, then why am I even bothering entertaining it? Right? That's how I see things now. I'm not saying it has no value. Everything has value. But life has no meaning until you give meaning to it via your words, your beliefs, your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions or inactions you take or don't take. Because inaction is still inaction. Because it's still a decision that you're making. Hips. We got hips to do. Yesterday we did... Yeah. We got that one to do. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. I was like, kind of glitched out there for a moment myself. I was like, what the fuck is going on? The mind was like, computing error. This is the move that we were supposed to do. Hips are often neglected in training. But when hips go bad, then all kinds of problems start to unfold in your physical body. Strengthen your hips, strengthen your life. That's one side. $8:45. I'm surprised. I haven't even plugged in my phone. My phone's been been good this entire time. How long have I been streaming for? Almost 2 hours. Well, I'm almost done. I just got a couple more things to wrap up. But I dropped some bars today. For those of you who enjoyed them, good, because that was for you. And guess what? That wisdom was already within you. I'm just a mirror reflecting back what you already know within yourself. I don't know any more than you do, because we all have the same wisdom within. Whether you believe that to be true or not, we all share the same library. It's called the library of all that is. And all that is there, waiting for everyone to access it at any time. The only issue is who's aware of it and who isn't. That's the difference between all of us. It's awareness. We all have the same wisdom nested right in our soul, because we're all interconnected as one gigantic soul that has been split into 8 or 9 billion different fragments. So we all hold a piece, but in that piece we all have all of the wisdom that we require. We have all the answers for ourselves, but our mind does not have it. Our mind has its own intelligence, but has created a lot of separation from the infinite flow. And so we all share the same wisdom. None of us are more smarter than anybody. The only difference is awareness and how to tap into the universal library of all that is. There's many names for that, but I have to use a word to give it a word. But all words are made up. What it is, it goes beyond the library of all that is. It goes beyond the word wisdom, knowledge, information, data. It just is. And I haven't said that once for this live stream, but I live in a world where everything just is. Not justice, just is. Meaning all things are just made up from the mind. And we're the ones that keep creating more words and more words and more words to explain more words. But we have to use words to navigate this world. That's why I keep talking about the power of words and why words are so powerful. When you're aware of words and what they actually do. And that doesn't matter if you type it, text it, speak it, write it, think it, feel it. It's just as powerful in any form. Whew. In like less than 10 minutes, my entire stream is going to go dark. If I don't bring a light source out here. But I should be done before then. I gotta do some kicks. Move this out of the way. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is good for hips, by the way, and pelvic region. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. Let's see. Yeah, laughter is a great medicine for the soul, indeed. Laughter is one of those antidotes next to forgiveness. If you can laugh more in your life, you will live a great life. In fact, you know what else laughter does? it burns a lot of calories too. So if you love comedy or you like things to laugh at, find time in your day to just find laughter in whatever moment you can, because it sends out a certain frequency to the universe. Because when you're laughing, your problems are gone. In that moment, you're just like chuckling away. So it's important to laugh. That's what I started to do more of. Like when I'm not streaming and I'm not watching something serious, like content that isn't like infusing the mind. The soul doesn't need the information, but I give the mind something to latch onto. I find time to laugh because it's important to laugh, because it's very therapeutic for the soul. So laughter is definitely a medicine for the soul. Spot on, Jeanette. So yes, it's very important to laugh. Find time to laugh. So I would watch like Friends, for me, makes me laugh. Fresh Prince, like old school 90s stuff makes me laugh. The newer stuff doesn't really make me laugh per se, because I grew up in the 90s. Mid 80s, early 90s was like peak for me with TV shows. So there's a plethora of shows for me to laugh, like Married with Children, The Jeffersons. Jeffersons was in the 70s, but that stuff showed in the 80s. Three's Company, Full House, Cheers, Seinfeld, Frasier, Friends, obviously, Family Matters, and then, or I watch anime. But anime doesn't make me laugh. Anime puts me in the energy. So, but yes, find time to laugh. Six, 7, 8, 9, 30. I'm gonna do my last bit of stretches. I'll do my dumbbell swings as well. See if I can get it all done before it gets really, really dark. All right. I'm glad you guys connected with each other in the chat. That brings me joy. Even if you don't like me and you don't respect me and you guys have respect for each other, that's all I care about, because I don't care if you like me or you respect me. But as long as you guys have care and respect for each other, that's all that matters. I myself, I'm indifferent. I'm a type of person, Jeanette will know this, and she knows what I'm about to say. I don't care if you like my content. I don't care if you subscribe. I really don't care if you engage. If you like me, cool. If you don't like me, cool. This is not playing reverse psychology. I'm not going to ever ask for people to subscribe to my channel. The one thing I will ask, if you ever feel called to write something positive on my community page, then feel free to. that would be awesome. It helps out the channel. But other than that, like, you don't need to subscribe. You don't need to like. And yeah, that's about it. I'm not going to be your traditional YouTuber. Fuck that noise. I didn't come here to play the same fucking game like everybody else. I came here to play it differently. And that's exactly what I'm doing. And it's working for me. If it wasn't, then you guys wouldn't be here, so that means something's working. But I let go of the external because I already know I've impacted the world with our wisdom. Not my wisdom, our wisdom. Because it doesn't belong to me. I am simply just borrowing what already exists from the universe. Because the universe wanted to work through this character and is working through other characters. And we're just simply borrowing what already existed. It doesn't belong to any of us. Our experiences do belong to us, yes, but our wisdom is not ours. It's the universe's. So we're just simply borrowing from the library of all that is, like a book. Ooh, my phone went dark and low power mode just kicked in. Yeah. What do you mean about Rihanna? Just so you know, that's not my woman. She's just another, like, sister. That's all it is. I see Rihanna as a sister. Nothing more. My heart does not belong to her. My heart belongs to someone else. You guys already know who that is. For those who don't know, I won't be saying because I'm keeping that to myself. But for those who already know, I'm not saying a word. You already know. That's where my heart belongs. It always has been since 2010. Whether it happens or doesn't happen, I'm good either way. I'm locked the fuck in. And if, for whatever reason, it is someone else, then it's someone else. But, yep. But yes. There's many people who are in love with me, unfortunately. I can't help that. I stopped caring about people loving me, and yet more people are loving me now more than ever. But back then, when I wanted people to actually like me and care about me, nobody was actually liking and caring about me. See the irony of this? The paradox of this? The conundrum? The oxymoron? It's not, well, actually, it's not really an oxymoron, but the paradox of this. So, you stop giving a fuck, the world will start to give you everything you desire. You stop caring about money, money starts flowing to you. You stop caring about women, women start flowing to you. I mean, women started hitting on me recently. It's crazy. Oh, you stop worrying about how things are unfolding. Watch as everything unfolds. Life's like that. I'm gonna get the light source quickly, and my phone is starting to die. So, give me a sec. I was gonna end before it got dark, but I guess that's not the case. My phone does need to charge though. It's okay. I won't be spending too much more time outside, but well, we know that my phone can last for about 2 hours-ish on the battery still. So that's good. That's cool. Turn on the light. I don't have, the way they built this house was absolutely abysmal, so I have to use something external to give me some light. And they said, give me light. Of course, as I gave myself light, you know what's also gonna come this way. Good old mosquitoes. But I'm not attracting them. Alright, I need to plug in the phone quickly. And there is light. There we go. Ooh, it's bright. What do we got? If you can dig it, screw it. Sorry, Jeanette. I can't stop breaking the girls' hearts. I can't help that. You know, when you start to become polarizing and magnetic, you attract all types of people to you. Some great, some not so great. But you know, it is what it is. And for my guys out there, again, I don't like dudes. Please stop. Enough. And if you keep coming at me with your gay remarks, I will slap the ugly off of you. I'll literally bitch slap your ugly off of your face. I'm kidding. But I will not tolerate a guy liking me. You can compliment me, but I'm not going to like you. I'm so sorry. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't swing that way. Just because I wear a fucking headband and I wear pink doesn't make me gay. Just so you know. That's a humanistic that's a shallowness comment or shallowness way of thinking of some dude. I'm secure in my masculine. I can wear whatever the fuck I want and be whoever the fuck I want, and I can look the way I want, and I am still fucking masculine, right? So like when people will say, you have pink dumbbells and blah, blah, blah. Well, I mean, that shows me your level of awareness. That's why like I let people talk and say whatever they want, and it just shows me where they're at in their life. That's not an insult. That's just what it is. Name, what's up? Some men starve of thirst, others drown in it. So, the thing is, this color, right? Once upon a time, this color was technically guys. Back in the 1500s, I believe, it was the men in France, they were wearing pink. They brought this color into existence. Well, it was already in existence, but you know what I mean. It wasn't invented by some person, but like the color spectrum was there. But men in, I think, the French army were wearing pink. You might want to fact check me on that one. But this color was originally a dude, but no color belongs to any gender. Zero. Just because there's a store named Pink and you see girl lingerie in there, like, which is wonderful, by the way. Nothing wrong with seeing women's lingerie when you're seeing your woman wearing it, but just because there's a store named Pink doesn't mean it belongs to girls. That would imply that blue is for boys, but yet we see a lot of women wearing blue. Are we saying you shouldn't wear blue? You're a lesbian if you're wearing blue? Why is it that guys can't wear pink? Guys who wear pink are actually very secure in their masculinity. It's those who make comments in people who wear pink that are showing their level of insecurity. Because what they're saying is actually referring to themselves, that they're saying like, oh, look at that guy wearing pink, right? That means that person can't handle their insecurity around that color. That's why they have to mention it. That's a bar. Write it down. Anything you say to someone is actually revealing your limitations of yourself. hate to break it to you, but like that's a reflection of yourself. So let me see what we got. I can wear hot pink. I don't really have any. I have 2 pink shirts, but that's about it. I don't have anything else that's pink besides my gloves and those dumbbells. Not because I don't want to, it's just that I never actually invested in buying color, like pink color clothing, except for those 2 pink t-shirts. I wanted a pink suit, but the pink that they have, when I was looking for pink suits, I didn't like that color. I don't like salmon color pink. I like brighter pink or darker pink. I don't like salmon. Salmon color pink is It's like, what's the point? Don't even call it pink, just call it fucking something else. Since there's so many different shades of pink. But yeah. Oh, there's a skunk. Hello, Mr. Skunk. Yes, there is a skunk there. It's coming through. It wants to come through the fence. There it goes. Hello, Mr. Skunk. It ran that way. Bye-bye, Mr. Skunk. Enjoy your time. That was Pepe Le Pew. It just went through the field. It saw me, it was staring at me for a moment, and then it went. Because I knew it was going to go that way. Because it's not going to come this way. When it sees a human, it doesn't want to deal with a human. So, and I know that they're just energetic beings. They're not here to harm. They just defend themselves when danger is coming. But I'm no threat to them. So, same with raccoons when they run by in the yard. The dog, on the other hand, that's barking over there, will see that as a threat. So, if you're wondering what the hell am I doing, I'm working on my hips. This move is good for your hips. With this torso twist, wonderful for your hips. And this one's just like the best for your entire body. It opens up practically all your joints. And my wrists are enjoying this. Awesome. There are raccoons, well, you can't really see it, but there are raccoons that live in that tree. So they like to come out in the midnight looking like sly thieves walking across the fence. One time there was a family of raccoons. They were literally coming right there, and they were right here. I was sitting right where the phone is, and they were peeping me. They were doing this, and they had their mouths open like this. I told them, you guys can pass. Like, of course they don't understand what I'm saying, but they had a feeling of knowing, and they all walked right by me. You can go. I'm not going to hurt you. You're good. Go on. And they all just kind of just walked on by. It was late October last year. It's like, there's 6 of them. I'm like, yeah. All right. Dumbbell swings. Let's go. Ooh. Usually if there's a pain in the body, that means the muscles then get stronger for me. So this wrist is probably going to get stronger after this pain is done. Yeah. After this, once I'm done the stream, I'm gonna go shower, make me some hot chocolate, have me small little snack, maybe some almonds, maybe some blueberries, and then watch some comedy or something. I want to laugh tonight. In the last couple of days, I've been watching like movies that are like serious, like violence, like Odyssey. Of course, I've been watching wrestling in the last couple of days because of SummerSlam. Oh yeah. And yes, for those of you, those are airplanes. For those who are new to the channel, where I currently am residing temporarily, because this is temporary for me, is near the airport. So you will hear lots of airplanes should you come back on my stream. Airplanes for days. Speaking of which, I got to go to the airport yesterday when I dropped off. Stop flying in front of me. Someone who came and visited me yesterday. So I got to spend time at the airport. It was awesome. Got to see the airplanes, got to see the energy of people traveling. Because it's been about a year since I traveled on a plane. So, needed to get back into that energy of travel. Only reason why I didn't travel is because my passport expired and I didn't want to take the chance when I was going to take a flight and they're like, hey, your passport's about to expire. We can't let you on the plane, blah, blah, blah. Because it's so weird. What's the point of having a expiration date if you can't even use it within the 6 months and get potentially flagged at the border while you're traveling? Looks like your passport's about to expire. What's the point of having an expiration date? So I didn't want to take that chance. But got my new passport, so I'm ready to rock and roll. Now I just got to call in my new passport from the new country where I'm going to be living. And thankfully I got to see it yesterday from that person who came to visit. They showed me their American passport. Because, yeah, that's what I'm calling forth. Whew. All right. So all the things I talked about today, I'm not done talking about. There's so much more to talk about. There's so much more. But I had to like take a pause and just get to my movement, because otherwise I could have been at it all evening, because there's so much to share about what I was talking about earlier. I'm not done, but I think I got whatever I wanted to say out. So I feel good about it. Tomorrow, the stream will probably be evening again. Shadow. Tomorrow the stream will be in the evening, most likely. I have something to do tomorrow. Wednesday we'll talk about lost balance there. Wednesday we talked about thoughts on Sunday. So we're going to be on Saturday we're going to talk about feelings or belief on Wednesday. So that'll be the lesson. You're going to want to tune in for that one, because feelings or belief are going to be extremely powerful. Oh yeah. You can probably guess which is my throwing arm. Finished. Done. Complete. Over. It's done. I'm just gonna put away my stuff now. What time is it? Alexa, what's the time? 9:16. Okay. All right, my heavy duty dumbbells, let's roll. Gotta dock these back in. One and two. Perfect. Gloves off. Every time I take off my gloves, I feel like Brock Lesnar. Because he always takes off his gloves when he gets serious and he starts like pummeling people. All right, let's do one stretch here. Perfect. I'm gonna bring in my tablet and my mat. Let's be done with the mat. Shake it out. Bring in the tablet. I really love this tablet. It's just the game changer. It does everything I need. All right, y'all. Okay. I'm gonna read the chat quickly. Yes, and Lottery Energy is in home area, California. Oh, California. The palm trees. Speaking of which, Lottery Energy, I went to an organic store yesterday with the person who came to visit. And guess what was in the organic shop? 2 palm trees. And there are a lot of products of California in that organic shop. So you see, home is actually closer than I realized. Home is always closer than I realize. It's always here. They're interconnected. Management, what's up? Ren, what's up? I didn't even know you two were on. What's up? California is always closer than I think. I'm going to link Toronto and San Diego as one. I'm going to be the bridge. I'm going to interconnect the two. I'm going to create this like travel that's like between the two all the time. And they become one. They share so many similarities. The airport right there. Toronto's much bigger in terms of like buildings, but you know, they share a lot of similarities. They both have at least some sort of water. No mountain for Toronto, unfortunately. That kind of sucks. But we do have an abundance of nature here. San Diego has that as well too. But there's more mountains there. So yeah, California is always closer. Anytime I see the word California, it just like throws me back into home. Ren, good to see you, sister. Management, good to see you too, sister. I trust all is well with both of you. I dropped fire earlier. Y'all missed it unless you were here. It was all good. We're in the nighttime. We're in the darkness. No, my special guest wasn't from San Diego. She's been there though. She's been there a couple times herself. She is from good old Texas, where Lottery Energy just was, but Lottery Energy just moved from Texas to California. Good old Texas, Texas. Yep. Good old Texas. Them cowboys, them yeehaws. I don't think anybody says yeehaw over there. I apologize for any of my Texan people if that offended anyone when I said yeehaw. That was not to, insult anybody, but yeah. Yeah. Dropping, basically that means like I was speaking a lot of like heavy like facts, like truths. So when I say dropping bars or dropping fire, that means, Ren, that I'm like, there's a lot of like deep things that I just shared. That's what that means. The sun is gone. It disappeared. But it's one of those certain truths that will come back, that the sun will be back. There are few truths in reality, except for what the subconscious mind entertains as truth. I'm about to drop another bar. One is the sun, the one is the moon, or one is daytime, one is nighttime, and the other is you, because you're still here. That's really a bar. Because it's you that gets to create whatever you want, feel the words, speak the words, the thoughts, all of it. It's all you. As I swipe away mosquitoes, it's all you. We're definitely going to go on an adventure. When I get back to San Diego, you guys are going to see adventure. There will not be too much bar spitting while I'm there. There will be lots of exploration. I'm looking forward to the next time I get to go home. Eventually, there will be a moment where there won't be a next time, because it'll be a forever moment where I'll always be there. And then I'll get to say, we get to go and visit Tio, the Six. This is called the Six. For those of you who are not versed in Canadian language, this place is called the Six. For the 6 regions in Toronto, they call this place the Six. The T.O, the biggest city in Canada, the place where I was born, the place where I had to go through all the fire and brimstone and hell to master myself, to then go to California and bring all that I am from here over there. I've already done it. I've already been there many times. So, I'm excited. I can't wait. You came in the greatest year ever. That 1993 was the greatest year ever. It was the greatest fucking year ever I ever lived in my entire life. I was 9 years old. I wasn't even double digit age yet. Like I was single digit age. I was 9. That's the best age ever, 9. Because you're not 10. You're single age. You're single digit age. Number 1. Number 2, that's when the Toronto Blue Jays won the World Series. Number 3, the Toronto Maple Leafs should have won the Stanley Cup, but they didn't. But they were the best Toronto Maple Leaf team ever in existence, my opinion. The city was amazing. It was a place that people actually came to visit. Now Toronto isn't like that at all. In fact, I don't know what to call Toronto, to be quite frank. It is what it is right now. All right, I'm gonna take you guys inside for a moment because I'm starting to I'm starting to feel it. I'm starting to feel the itches. Okay, Google, turn on light. There we go. Light is on. I'm gonna bring you guys in first, and then I'll bring in all the other stuff. There. Now we're in. But now I gotta go back out and get the stuff. The wires, pushing the chair. Cool beans. All the wires. This is the light. Come on. I need to unplug that. Tangles. Lots of tangles. There. This nice long red cord was a blessing in disguise last year when I got it. It came when I needed it the most. A good old extension cord. Random extension cord. I think my tablet's okay. Let me see, what's the percentage at it? 51? I'll just plug it in. My phone needs to be plugged in. It's quiet. All right. Okay, headband off. I've got to get a haircut either this week. Well, I definitely have to get a haircut sometime this week. Because now the hair is getting longer. Nice. I did say cool beans. I always say cool beans. You never heard me say cool beans before? I always say cool beans. Cool beans. Always. Always, always, always. Oh. Yep. It does grow back pretty quick. I used to always wet my hair when I'm showering and then comb it, and it would be like a water spike version, but I don't wet my hair anymore, so it stays like frizzy. So only when Steve cuts my hair, that's my barber, he puts hair product in my hair. So, and I wash my hair here and there, but not often enough anymore. But when I go there, he washes my hair thoroughly. So I just do my best to maintain so that when he, like, The one time I came 4 months in, he's like, damn, bro, that's crazy. That's crazy, dude. 4 months, like, the beard was like, holy fuck. I should show you guys. I think I have a picture of me, of like, when I was during COVID. Let's see if I can find it. You guys are gonna laugh your ass off. Home, go there. That, it should be in this folder. I'm remoting to my Mac actually right now. Nope, these are with fam. This is with fam. There's a folder that I have on one of my drives called LOL. I gotta find the LOL folder. You know when you're looking for something and you can't find it, and then when you're not looking for it, you find it? It's always like that. It's always like that. What the fuck? Nope. This is the beautiful thing about me using this. I can actually remote to any of my stuff within the house. Tablet. Wait, it was buffering? What was buffering? My stream? Yeah, you're good, dude. Where are you, damn it? Oh, if I can't find it, it is what it is. I'll find it at some point. It should be actually in here. I just gotta find where the fuck it is. I'm sure I'm gonna find it. Oh yeah, found it. You ready? Are you guys ready? You ready to see a transformation? Oh my god, I can't believe I'm showing this. You ready? This is what COVID looked like in the first 7 months. Check that out. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that, dude. That's COVID. I did not shave. I did not cut my hair. I did not do shit during COVID. Yeah. But then guess what? I went from that to that. Look at that. Look at that boy. I did it before and after. Look at that dude. He cleans up good. He cleans up nice. So, I know, right? It's crazy. So, indeed, I think the best photo I have of myself, where is it? I have to go back to a YouTube folder. It's one of my thumbnails that I was using for one of my videos on my other channel. Don't know if I'm going to find it. I just saw it recently. I just don't remember which folder it's in. It might be in here, actually. Oh, there's me skydiving, by the way. Back in, that's me skydiving back in 2014. Oh, you want to see without a beard? Well, this is technically without a beard. It's hard to see it, but I am without a beard in that one. I should have more skydiving photos. This is me at my law firm. This is like my last day at the law firm. They were celebrating my success. Do I have a vintage brush? I don't. I don't have a vintage brush. I think I'm going to find the photo here. It's taking some time to buffer. God damn. My girl, she's in my inner world. She's not in the physical yet. Damn, son, what the fuck? A lot of these are like duplicates. Expansion. Yeah, this is probably my favorite photo. This is the one look at them guns. Look at those guns. Very, very like, I wasn't really going outside much, so I was very light skinned. Right now I'm very dark skinned because I've been outside more. There's a person who didn't spend a lot of time in the sun back in the day. Yep, that faded haircut. That's probably my favorite photo. Nice. And then when I was 100 pounds overweight back in the day, for those of you who haven't seen this photo before, that's my transformation. 2018 and 2021. So It's interesting looking at my previous experiences. How far I've come. I've come a long way. I've come a long way. That photo is a reminder to never go back to that version of myself. But even if that ever does occur, to love myself regardless. But that's not happening. That will literally not happen. Crazy. Cool beans. Well, at least I found what I was looking for. Cool. Yeah, big transformation indeed. That's why I know this shit works. Because it's not just all thinking, it was physical too. That's why I can tell you from my experience that this shit works. That's the only photo I have though, because I wasn't the type of person who wanted to take photos, so that was my flaw back in the day, that I should have taken more photos of my struggle. So I only have that one photo as like proof of my, like, I was overweight, overstressed, and all that stuff. You know what's funny? My friend who took the photo of that, his name is Ray. He worked with me at the law firm. I saw him as a brother. I still do. It's just I don't talk with him anymore because different alignment now. He was like, yo, bro, let me take a photo of you. I'm like, I don't want no... This is what happened today. I'm like, I don't want no stupid photo. Why are you wanting to take a photo? The reason is because he just got a new iPhone, the iPhone 8, and he wanted to test out the portrait camera. So I'm like, bro, I don't want no damn photo. Stop it. Stop your bullshit. I don't want a photo. He's like, come on, dude, this would be good for your dating profile. I'm like, I don't want to date anybody. Get the fuck out of here. He's like, come on, dude, just take a damn photo. So I'm like, whatever. I had no idea what that photo was going to be doing, but that's what I'm saying. You never know what happens until you look back in hindsight to realize why that had to happen. So that photo ended up becoming my catalyst photo to remind myself to love that version of myself, but to never return to that version of myself. And that version of myself also was unaware of a lot of things in reality. And so it's a reminder of the old, that you can always look back at your old photos and see where you're at, to see where you are now and see the immense transformation that you actually experience. And that's the physical evidence for the mind to know that you did actually transform. You did actually go through a bunch of shit to get to where you're at. So it's important, if you guys have old photos of yourself, and hell, even a child photo of yourself, which I do have a physical one. This is me. That little one is me. To remind your little version of yourself who's perfect and innocent, that's still you. This is still me. To look at it and remind yourself, that's still you. You may have the adult body, but that's still you at your core. The innocent. The infinite. This is the infinite one, by the way. You're still the infinite one, though. You just have to remember that. So it's important to have a photo of your baby self, if you do, or a version of you where you're much, much, much younger. Where is those? Oh. Yep. I know where they're at. You wanted to see me without a beard? Who wanted to see me without a beard? Who wanted to see me without hair? That's what I used to look. That's what I used to look like. I have like a weird shaped head too, so that's why the hair is awesome. Welcome back. They wanted to see what I look like without a beard back in the day. That's what I would kind of look like. Yeah. It's not weird, but we kind of like poke fun. Here's me and my sister when she was younger. That's Jessica. That's who, whenever you guys hear me saying hi Bubba or hi meow, that's who I'm speaking to. Where is the this is the gangster me. This is the thug life me. This is 2009. This is a thug life me. This is right here. This is a chain gang. This is a chain guy gang. What's up? Welcome back, Tiff. This is a chain gang right here. This is a gangster. This is the rough and tough. This is the dude that wore a pants that could fit like 3 people inside of it. And I used to wear my pants by lower than my crotch. That's right. And then look at my giant ass suit back in the day. Yeah, pretty much. Tiff, good to see you, sister. Thanks, sister. Yeah, that's like the big ass suit and baggy ass clothing. It's crazy. That's crazy. We don't dress like that anymore. Oh my god. That's crazy. We do actually, you know what? I have one. You guys are ready for a treat. Hold on, I'm gonna put this back on. We've done it on my stream before. Uno momento. I need to bust out the chain and everything. All right, let's see. There it is. And where is the... Yes, it is. Here it is. Let me just get everything sort of like... Let's get it all set up. I got to wear my chain yesterday. I don't wear my chain often though. Apologies if the microphone clashes with it. Actually, we didn't need to do that. That's right. What's up, people? Now you're talking to the gangster, Orion. Yeah, I know, like, just like... Yep. That's a gangster. We even changed the voice. That's right. Recognize. I even have the 6 hat, which is the Raptors hat. You can't find this hat anywhere, so it's very rare. But I used to wear hats a lot. I'd either wear it like this, or I'd wear it like more, well, let's see. It needs to be more like on the side. Yeah, like that. There we go. That's right. Well, I've done this on my other channel, because there's one day they were like, show me what you used to look like, and I would, like, I'm not always gonna do it, but like I'd pull down my pants like lower, like my pants was like much lower. I'd be like walking like a gangster. I'd be like, you know, pants. I don't have that much room to walk, so I mean, it is what it is. But you know, got that like that thug walk, you know. That's right. Yeah. Yep. So I would literally, back in the day, you know what? Fuck it. I'll put on another pants on top of this one. Just need another pants. Some other, like, I don't know. This one. We'll put on some random pants quickly on top of this one. So we're double pants. We'd be like, yeah, just like that. There we go. That's better. So, you know, this would be my boxers back in the day. And just be like, your pants are like hanging as low as, like, God knows for whatever, and you're just like walking like this, you know. What's up, people? Wearing whatever I was wearing, my lugs, boots, you know, crotch hanging down, you know what I'm saying? You know, you have to put your hands like that as well. And whenever you're like running like this, like you'd be walking like this. Yeah, that's right. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Pants, for your demonstration. Appreciate it. There are still people in this world who dress like that. I mean, no judgment, but you know, just we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. So yeah, this is that gangster look. Yeah, the Echo jeans. That's right. That's right. The Echo jeans, the Mark Echo stuff. I had an Echo shirt. It was like, the shirt was like up to my, like here, like it's massive. It was like up to like close to my knees. That's how big clothing I used to wear. It's crazy. I should actually, hold on. I got you actually on that. I can find a photo with that exact shirt right now. Bet. I gotta go back to, let's see. We gotta go old school. We gotta go back in time. Tiff, girl, how are you doing? We haven't said much to you. You good? Tiff used to see me dressed like that as well, by the way, so she knows. She fucking knows. Let's see. No, this is not going to be, this is newer, not older. Sunglasses at night, huh? What are you, Nero? Nero knowledge. Be wearing sunglasses at weird hours. It's crazy. I don't wear sunglasses much unless I'm riding the bike. I'm good, a little worn out from Emma's part. Oh, I forgot to wish him happy birthday. I'm so sorry, Tiff. Tell that Bubba I said happy birthday. And if he's here, happy birthday, Bubba. I'm gonna come and get you. That's for Evan. Let's see. Ren, what did you share? Saw a guy some day ago walking like that, doing some kind of magic so his pants didn't fall. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah. That's hilarious. I'm attempting to find that that picture of like back in the day. It's on one of my drives, one of my folders. It's not that one. I think it's, nope. Here maybe? If this has the Christmas stuff, then yes, it's this one. If there's a bunch of red outfits, then it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Found it. I manifested it. I think I did anyways. Where are the Christmas photos? The fuck? Son of a... I didn't manifest it. Damn, I look so different here. It's crazy. Well, this isn't it, but I look so different here. It's wild. That's not it though. Nope. Oh, I think I know where it is, but I have to turn on that drive. Don't feel like doing all that right now. Yeah, anyways. This is the gangster look, y'all. Maybe one day I will come to the stream and I'm going to look like this. I'm going to talk to all of the people like this. Get the transformed version. Who knows? You never know when this guy will make an appearance. When he does, be on the lookout. There's so many people yesterday were like admiring this necklace. One guy at the store, he's like, "Did you build that?" I'm like, "I sure did build this necklace." He's like, he was enchanted by my necklace. I'm like, it is one of a kind. But yeah, oops. There. Now we can take off the headband, put away the glasses and the hat. So there you go. There's the gangster version. If you ever catch me dressing like that, I mean, just know that I'm messing around, because there's no way in hell I'll ever dress like that again. I don't follow trends anymore like I used to. I kind of stick to my look now. It suits me. I like fitted clothing. I like clothing that actually shows my physique. Why would I wear baggy ass clothing that looks like it's swallowing me whole if I want to show my physique? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, you got to accentuate your physique. So that's what I do. I wear clothing that accentuates my physique. And I like these pants, and I have 2 more in here for the going out, because like they're not that baggy, and they're easy to maintain, and yeah, they're just good. So, oh yeah, I did. I did work hard for my. Well, I worked easy for my look. We don't do hard work anymore. Remember? What do you take me for? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find that photo where I'm like in like extremely long clothing, except for maybe, unless it's in our conversation, I might find it. No, I do have a photo of my ex. If you guys want to see it, I am with her. I also have my day one photo of me being at the law firm. It's my day one. This is my day one photo. That's my day one law firm photo, going up our bougie ass elevator. All right, I'll show it to you guys. There she is. Her name is Juliana. There's that photo. Yeah, so there's that photo, and then there's that photo. That was her when she came in 2015, and then there's this photo of we're ice skating. Yeah, she's beautiful. I would have liked to find my photo where I'm wearing this big ass clothing though. It's crazy, but can't find it. Fucking wearing like giant ass like shirt and pants and all this shit. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Absolutely crazy. Thinking what other photos I have. Yeah, I still have it. Not because I need it. It's just more so like I still chat with her here and there. She's married though. She's happy. I'm happy for her. She's a sister now. So because if you're not, I don't do like I will shift that. Like women can be friends, but women are more sisters to me than friend. You know what I'm saying? Um, if you're not if you're not a sister, then you're romantic. If you're not romantic, you're sister. That's how it works with me specifically, just to keep it on like that like scale. With dudes, it's always going to be you're a brother. There's nothing more than that. I'm not your friend. I'm your brother. I'm kidding. I'm getting that word friend is starting to I'm starting to reintroduce it back into my life so I can start calling people friends again. Because not everybody wants to be called sister and brother. But, yeah, it's just because my word friend was littered with betrayal and like backstabbing. Yeah. For me, like the word friend felt like betrayal, like someone's like stabbing you in the back. Because I had so many friends when I was in school who backstabbed me. So like my experience with the word friend always was that of, uh, yeah, you're definitely sister. Like there is no friend between me and you, Tiff. It's sister. And I'm bro. Um, yeah, like for me, like because I went through school, people who backstabbed me, like they were friends, but I couldn't, like just the absolute betrayal of, and then that word just slowly just started to like I'm reintroducing the word friend again because I'm undoing the damage, right? Because if I keep saying, because not everybody wants to be called sister, not everybody wants to be called brother. Some people just want to be like, I'm your friend, right? So um, I'm attempting to reintroduce that wording into my life again. Slowly, but it's there. I can easily shift the word at any time. It's just that, like, it's one of those energy things that you still have to, like, it's that mountain that I was talking about earlier. Exactly. It's the negative association. So I'm literally taking that word and dissecting it back to like being neutral. So like I'm okay with friends. So friends they're not with the negative associations of betrayal, backstabbing, because like now nobody can really actually backstab or betray me because I know myself. If people do that, I mean that's on them. It has nothing to do with me because I can easily just detach like that at will. But yeah, still working on that friend word. There's still a little bit of work that needs to be done on that word, on that, just a little bit. And I'm aware that that needs to be done, and I'm doing the work. I'm like sitting with it and reminding myself of all those times those guys, when they backstab me, I can go back and replay the scene. This is what you were asking about earlier. So for me, in that case, I would be going back and replaying the scene where I'm walking around the corner and they're actually talking good about me. Like, that Orion guy, he's actually, like, I really like him. He's a really good dude. Like, I have to really emotionally feel it, of course. I can't just logically think it. Because logically thinking is just basically telling yourself not a lie, but it's not going into the subconscious mind. So you gotta like get into a relaxed state, sit or lay down, however long it takes. For me, sometimes it takes about 10 minutes for me to get into a relaxed state. Once I'm there, I start to go back into any previous experience and start to Orion. We like Orion. He's a good guy. Like, hey, what's up, bro? Like, I'm walking around the corner and they're like, hey, what's up, yo? Come over here. We were waiting for you or something like that. Got to make it like real, right? What they would actually say, using the senses, the hearing senses, the high fives or the fist bumps we used to do back in the day. We never used to do this. What's up, bro? How you doing? I used to do like fist bumps and stuff. So going back and replaying that scene over and over until I'm like, okay, yeah, I can do it right now. Friends are actually easy now. Friends are fun. They're trustworthy. They're kind. They're respectful. They're, things like that. So you can easily redo any experience at any time. It's just a matter of doing it, sitting and doing it. Exactly, spot on. You won't think about it, give it time. Your path is set with going forward and opening up your mind. Indeed. Exactly. Spot on. Spot on, Tiff. So that's why, like, everything in your life, you can easily undo it, but you have to go within and do it. And change those scenes, because when you change the scenes with emotions, you're going to see that your world's going to start to open up differently, right? It's not like you're forgetting what happened. It happened, but you're changing the associations now. It was just an experience. So it's like you're bringing yourself into that scene either as a third person observer, or you're now tapped back into the kid and the experience is happening, but then you get to replay the scene in a different way, however you want, because you get to reimagine in whatever way you choose to. So like for example, with Zoe, when I came and I brought flowers for her house, and she was kissing some other dude. I didn't see her obviously, but I heard them kissing. I was knocking on the door. In that moment, like the betrayal was there, but I can go back right now. I'm knocking on her door. She's opening up the door, and she's like, "Hi, Orion," and she's giving me a hug, and she takes the flowers, and we're hanging out, and just like really vividly feeling that. Now, of course, do I want to be with her specifically? No, we don't have alignment, but I can go back to scenes and redo that. What's up, bro? Good to see you, dude. Good to see you, bro. It's early. Well, it's late for me. It's not really late, but you know, good to see you. Yeah, so it's visualization with the power of your imagination and your senses. I created a word called immoviscence. I know that sounds weird, but it's using your imagination, your visualization, and your senses. How do you spell immoviscence? It's I-M-A V. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I-M-A-V-E-R. Hold on. I need to write it out actually. Sometimes I forget how to spell it. I'm having a moment. I-M-A-V-V-A. Yeah, there we go. So it's I-M-A-V-A-S-E-N-S-E, immoviscence. The va is for visualization. Or it's actually V-I-S, immoviscence. Yeah, it's actually I, my bad. Visualize, yeah. I-M-A-V-I-S-E-N-S-E, immoviscence. It's a weird spelling, but it's a word that I made up. Good night, Ram. It's good to have you on. It's good to see you, girl. Appreciate you being on. And you're welcome. Thank you for being on. You enjoy your night. I'll see you when I see you again. Remember, you're doing good. Don't ever forget you're always doing amazing. Remember to wire that in. Even when you're not, you still are. So, immoviscence. I-M-A-V-I-S-E-N-S-E. Immoviscence. So that's using the power of your imagination, your visualization, and your senses. What's the difference between imagination and visualization? Well, visualization is very direct, like very like specific, like a scene. Your imagination allows you to actually tap into the energy of God, because that's what God is, your imagination. Your visualization is your conscious like direction to what you're directing it to. So visualization isn't forced, but it's directed. So you're locked into a specific you're locked into a specific like scene. Like you're creating a scene. The imagination is the power of flow that allows you to visualize. So you're using both in conjunction with your senses. Your five senses, like touching, smelling, hearing, seeing, and tasting. If you can taste something, cool, amazing. So I call it immoviscence, since everybody else is making up a damn word in this world, right? Imagination is the power of God, which is always active. Visualization is your power within yourself to direct a specific scene. What do you mean, there I go? Are we talking about the gray eyes again? Are we doing that again? I mean, look, everybody be making up words. So I mean, if they can make up words, then why the fuck can't I? You know what I'm saying? may as well. It works for me. Immoviscence. Anyways, yeah, your imagination is the infinite flow that allows you to use it, but then visualization is actually the direction, like, of what you want to focus on directly. Yeah, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Indeed. And then there's the mono, something, 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 something. It's a virus, actually. I used to be able to say it all the time. Pneumano supersuccus. I don't even remember what it was, but it was like 45 letters long. But I don't even know if that's even the longest word now, to be honest. Anyways, immoviscence. Oh yeah, it's still the longest word ever. 45 letters. Pneumano ultramicroscopic silicovolcanocoisi something blah 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 blah. Yeah, that's just fucked up. Pneumano ultramicroscope yeah, fuck that noise.
So I don't know why people are always mispronouncing this word, all right? It's not that difficult. Pneumono-ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. So we're talking about the lung disease, but for some reason, people have trouble with it. So I'll say it slowly. Pneumono-ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. All right, that stress is on that second to last syllable. All right, so now I hope I've cleared up any confusion when it comes to pronouncing this word.
I used to be able to say it. It's just like, it's one of those things that you haven't said in forever, and you're like, oh shit, the fuck is that word again? God damn.
As I said, you are born into...
Yeah, anyways. Yeah. What we got? No, that's definitely a virus. It's a lung disease. It's called, he said, pneumono ultramicroscopic volcanocosis or some shit like that. Volcanosilicosis. That last piece is annoying. Pneumono ultramicroscopic volcanosilicosis or some shit like that. But yes, it's a virus. It's a lung virus. Crazy. Yep, it's wild. It's 45 letters long. It's pretty nuts. You can look it up. Yes, they do. That's why the word obfuscation is my favorite word ever. And you know what obfuscation means? You know what it means. Taking something that was completely simplistic and overly complicating it for no damn reason to make yourself look extremely sophisticated. Hello? I don't know if that's a respectful thing or not, but hello? What's up with people and greeting people with racial comments like that? I mean, it's not racist, but like, what is up with people needing to do all that? Just say hello, human. Even though I'm not human, I'm alien, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so that's why I like that word obfuscate or obfuscation. Obfuscation is the process of taking something that's supposed to be so damn simple and we overly complicate it for no fucking reason so that we can look smarter or more intelligent in front of someone. That's why people take information and obfuscate it for others so that it makes them look like they're smarter than they actually are. That's why I do my best not to do that so that it's so fucking simple. But the mind's like, it can't be that simple. There's no way it can be simple. It has to be hard. No, it's very simple. You're the answer. That's it. That's all you need to know. Congratulations, you found the answer to life. It can't be. There's no way. There's no way. If it was that, then why is everybody else not figuring it out? Well, because everybody else is obfuscating it too. It's just that simple. You can't say it's just, Orion. You sound condescending when you say just. I remember that conversation with that woman named Kula, that sister. She's like, Orion, you can't say just. It can't be just that simple. Because we all have to go through our journey. I'm like, I understand. I know. But it is really just that simple. Because when you figure out how simple life is, then you realize how ridiculous everything has been obfuscated. That's why I really don't want to say words anymore. I just want to that's it. That's all I want to do. Send intention. That's it. Yeah. Let me see. It's good if you're just intelligent, but when you are insecure, just being arrogant to place yourself above someone else, it's annoying as fuck indeed. I know. There are a lot of people that just don't want to be overly complicated and want to be simple, but then our automatically assume that they are stupid, but they just want to live a calm life. Indeed. And that's the reason why I do my best to keep shit simple. That's why anytime somebody comes on and they over spiritualize shit, I'm like, come on, do we need to play this stupid game? Like, you don't need to do that. Like cut that shit out. I'm gonna go make a hot chocolate quickly. My brother's in the kitchen. I might just bring this up quickly, since he's already in the kitchen. Hey, what's up, bro? Yeah, I'll leave you guys here. If you know the reference to that. You guys should know the reference to that. If you didn't watch it, then that's fine. But if you do know the reference to that, I will. He just passed by, but he went back downstairs. For my Canadians, you already know the drill. For my Canadians. I only put like two little scoops. That's it. I remember when they used to have those pouches ones. Oh my god, there's so much powder in those pouches ones. Crazy. I hear voices in my head. They come to me. They understand. Almonds. They talk to me. Have a good night. If you're leaving, have a good night. almost done. The reason why I did that with the spoon there is because I'm going to put some honey into my hot chocolate. So I didn't want the powder to go into the honey. So the hot water just cleanses the spoon. I'm going to put some carnation milk. Let me see. It does, but the problem is I don't like doing all that boiled milk stuff. I'm like, ugh. Too much work. Too much work with the boiled milk, even though it's the same work with the water. Because the boiled milk, you have to take out that you have to strain that skin that comes from the milk. So I drink it like this. It's not bad. I want something to nibble on. I guess I'm going to have me a muffin. Oh, Ryan, it is 10:25. You're going to have a muffin? Yes. Yes, I am. I am going to have a muffin. You can't do that. It's so late. Don't worry. My body absorbs. My body goes through things quickly. It purges very fast. Okay. I need to go use the bathroom quickly, so oh, that's a magnet. Son of a bitch. Fuck's sakes. Now we have another problem we gotta deal with. God damn it. One sec. There. Uno momento. Uno momento. Okay. I'll do the boiled milk one eventually. And I'll see. Okay. Let's see how we're gonna do this. One trip or both, or I have to do 2 trips. I have to do 2 trips. I'll be right back. All right. It's dark. Pew. Put you guys back on the charger. Boom. All right, cool. Now I'm gonna have my muffin, sit on my yoga block, because that's how I roll. I don't really sit on chairs except for outside, and I eat my muffin. And I'm the weird dude who always eats the bottom one first. I always do that. Then I eat the top after. I'm having 1 million grams of protein right now. This is 1 million grams of protein right here. That's how I stay with muscles. The 1 million grams of amino acids. I do have to go shower in a moment, so I usually lock that just to give the room some fresh air while I'm making sure before I go to bed, like the room gets enough fresh air circulation in here so that when I do close the door, it's not all stuffy. Because leaving the windows sometimes open at night, it's like I get this like sore throat kind of thing. Or it gets a little chilly. All right, I love you. I'll see you. Make sure you tell that Bubba happy birthday. And I know your birthday's coming up, 11th. Make sure you come on the stream before or on that day and just say hello so I know, so I don't forget. And that is that for that muffin. I do need to go get water, just so that keeps my system clean as well, even with the hot chocolate. Hey, Nancy. Tiff said hello to both of you. Cool. Cool. Message delivered, by the way. If you're still there. All right. Well, I'm going to be jumping off shortly, y'all. I don't know who's here, but whoever is here, thank you for hanging out for the last little bit. I think it's just you left. I think it's just you. Is this the first time you're on my stream, or have I seen you before? I feel like I've seen you before, but I don't think I've interacted with you yet. Oh no, Tush is here. Ah, because it's the first time. Okay, well, welcome. I do apologize if you left stuff earlier and I didn't get to read any of your stuff. Good to see you, Tush. Yeah. You're welcome. The teaching is not mine, though. It's all of ours. It doesn't belong to me. This is just me sharing it back to everyone who wants to listen. That's all. we're all that, but the thing is, this is not, it's not, it's, how do I say this? It's not that I'm not smart, we all are, it's just that I asked for universal awareness and channeled through me, but the thing is, we all have it. That's why I keep referring that we all have this. Excuse me, I do apologize for that. We do all have all the answers within us, all of us. Because there was a moment in my life, not a moment, but there was a period of my life where I told myself I was the dumbest human ever created. And so, for many, many years, I'm going to read what Tush said in a moment. Today I was busy. Damn, bro. You're a beast. Tush, I see him on my trail walk. I do a trail walk almost every day. If I'm not with my clients, today's client day. So I see him when he runs on the trail. So I know him physically. What was I saying? I used to tell myself I was the dumbest human ever. So I wasn't aware. So how did the person who told himself he was the dumbest human ever in existence get to a point where I'm not the smartest, but and I don't want to call myself the most aware, because we're all very aware. It's just the mind gaslights us into believing a bunch of stupid shit. Because you're not the mind. You have the mind, but the mind uses you. I'm not saying you specifically, but like it uses the human to say like, this is what you are and this is as far as you can go. So that told me that everyone else's mind is technically operating in the same way. So they tell themselves there's this story, but it's the mind controlling them. Because if I hear things people say that this is not possible, they can't do this, blah, 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 that's not them. That's the mind. Because the soul is infinite. The soul can do anything. As long as it doesn't break universal principles like you're going against the law of polarity or the law of cause and effect. Like those kinds of stuff. Like those are immutable laws. Immutable and irrefutable laws. They cannot be they can't be broken. They're bound by this universal like existence. But other than that, you can practically do anything. So when I figured it out, I'm like, well, everyone has the same answers within, because if other people on the internet now are saying you are the answer, or they're saying something like remember who you are, and I didn't even run into them, then clearly itself, as I call itself God, it's because it's very neutral to me, itself has said through this vessel and through their vessel that you're the answer, and that you are just remembering what more of you you're remembering what you forgot. And the more you remember, the easier it gets. And the only way to remember is to slow down and allow yourself to hear the universe speak through you. And it's not through words, it's through sensations. Hence why you navigate the world with your five senses, your body. Your body is actually the ego. But you use your ego, this vessel, as your five senses. And you travel around and you navigate and you explore God's oneness. And look at the words I just said there. Explore God's oneness, encapsulate God's oneness, educate God's oneness, expand God's oneness, evolve God's oneness. It's ego, ego. So most humans, they have a very misaligned definition of ego. They're thinking something from here. That's what because there's the word egotistical. But it's not really egotistical, it's pretentiousness. What most people call egotistical is actually pretentious. And your ego is actually your physical vessel. It's your body. You're not edging God out. You're exploring God's oneness. Most people focus on the negative. It's actually it's the misaligned way. It's not incorrect. It's just misaligned. Psychedelics, they can help. I wouldn't tell someone to not use it, but I wouldn't tell someone that you should use it either. It's something that you have to decide for yourself. Like, there are many ways up the top of the mountain, but you have to decide which path feels aligned with you. What psychedelics do, I've never done it personally, but I've seen it from other people's experiences. When they're using psychedelics, the veil that's been put on your mind disappears. So now you're getting to see all of the spectrum of everything. That reality really is beyond what your eyes see. So people have reported colors and entities and all kinds of stuff, but there are entities on the other side saying that tell people if you abuse it, you're no longer permitted to come here, and they block them. And there have been people who go and use psychedelics over and over and over again, and they never get that, like, they never blast past their mind, because the entities have told them, like, you got what you needed, you don't need to come here, but if you keep coming here, we're going to block you from coming here. And then they get fucked up. Other people don't run into that, though. For me, I don't have to ever take psychedelics to know what's already on the other side. I've already had my experience. My experience was I astral projected out of my body without knowing that I astral projected. I had no idea what the fuck that was. So I saw what I saw without needing to take psychedelics. Thank God. I don't need to ever take ayahuasca. I don't ever need to experiment with like shrooms or anything like that, or any sort of LSD, or anything that, or like having a DMT trip, like 5-ODMT, I think it's called. It's frog poison. I don't ever need to do that. Is most of your learning from books, meditation? Most of it is, I read over 500 books. Most of the books, they're just, I'm not saying they're a waste of time. They all have their value. They did help. But looking back on hindsight, like, they helped me to get to the stage that I'm at. But at the same time, they were all just more fluff. A lot of them were fluff. There was only a few books that were not fluff. They got straight to the point. But more of this was more through physical experience. By putting into practice what I deeply knew somewhere deep down inside. And I knew it, but I couldn't explain how I knew how to do it. And then I read it in books. And I'm like, oh, so that's how you explain what I already know how to do. Oh, okay. So the books helped me to explain how to do the things that I knew how to do before I knew how to do it, or before I knew how to speak about it. So the books definitely help. What's up, Chelsea? Gotcha. Meditation, not really. Like, I've done meditation. I did years of meditation, but that in itself didn't really help me. which is hilarious. What really helped me was me going through physical experiences to realize how stupid a lot of things are. Not stupid, let me change the word. How ridiculous a lot of things are, and how obfuscated things people do just to get connected to God, even though it's right in this moment. God is right in this moment. That's all you need to know. In this moment, every moment. You can never not be connected to the universe. And someone who says, well, God is somewhere else or blah. No, God is right in this moment. The universe is right here in this moment. Like everything is here. All answers you're looking for, this moment. It might not click right away because there's a layer that's your mind. You have to go beyond the mind. There's a layer beyond the mind. But the mind prevents a lot of people from getting there because the mind has gaslit you into believing that this is it. But this isn't it. There are 3 planes of existence. Well, there's multiple planes of existence technically, but the 3 main ones are the mental, the spiritual, and the physical. There's actually 7 planes of existence, to be more exact, but is it really 7? That number is an illusion anyways. There's different planes of existence. But the point, what I'm saying is, like, just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It exists. It exists in a state of visibility or invisibility based on your level of awareness, where you're at. So if something is invisible to you, it's only because of your level of awareness. And that doesn't mean that's a bad thing. It doesn't mean it's a good thing. It just means it just is. It's just where you're at. It's like a kid who's going into school. They're in grade 1. They don't really understand PhD work. Not yet anyways. If you threw a kid into a college or a university class, could they succeed? Well, of course they could. But they would have to go through a lot of processing and understandings and whatnot with their mind. Their mind is not fully there yet until, like, within, like, the first 7 years, your mind is still kind of in, well, they're saying actually it's to 11 now. So whatever, 7 or 11, doesn't really matter. That range, your mind is in theta, so you're constantly absorbing new things. But after that, you start to build your consciousness, and you start to form your opinions of the world, and you start to build upon fundamentals. And thus, a lot of people, where they're at in their life is based on a lot of things that they've taken on from childhood, and due to the fact that a lot of things back in those days, especially for the millennials and the early Gen Zs, not the later Gen Zs, and the generation before millennials, this generation had to go through a bunch of stupid shit, but now we're undoing the stupid shit. That's why so many people are starting to undo and starting to remember more of who they are. I know it was a long-winded way to basically say about cannabis, or not cannabis, but like psychedelics, and all the learning, or remembering as I call it. I don't hold back. I share. I don't hold any punches back. I literally drop bars. I do give perspective if perspective is needed. Some people may not like it, but it's not that I'm personally there to fight anybody. I'm just giving them a perspective so they can see it for themselves. If it resonates, take it. If it doesn't, don't use it. I just came here to serve, nothing more, nothing else. So if you come back on my channel, it's not really my channel, it's our channel, but when you come back to this channel, there are days where I will literally be dropping fire, and there are other days where people will be trolling the shit out of me. And when they troll, I will either put them in their place, or I just simply like insta-ban. Like I won't even hesitate. I'll just like, but it's not because I hate them. I don't hate anybody. I have respect and love for everybody's soul, but not for the mind. I came here to tell their minds to basically stop the bullshit, because the mind is what's creating the stupid bullshit. Unless they understand who they are and they know exactly that they're not the mind, then I don't need to help them. In fact, they don't need to be here. But if they're here and they already understand what I'm talking about, then they're choosing to be here because they want to support. Nothing more. I'm not here to hold anybody hostage. You're not obligated to be here. If you want to be here, you be here. That's how I roll. This is how this channel works. It's going to be vastly different from any other channel that exists on this platform. I care for one thing, that everybody remembers who they are so they can live their best life by design. Some of my clients, they are proof of my work, and they are doing amazing. I shouldn't say some, all of my clients are proof of my work. What would you say is the main goal you have in life? Like in a nutshell, what's the driving force, desire in your life? Service. Seeing people finally live their best life. That's my drive. I used to hate people. I used to want to see everybody fail. And I used to want to see everybody rot in hell. Hell doesn't exist for me anymore. But I used to want to see everybody rot. Not anymore though. I care for everybody to win, because if you're winning, I'm winning. We're all one. If you're not winning, then we're going to make sure you win, whatever that looks like. Like, the goal is mastery of yourself, and seeing other people master themselves is a beautiful thing, because you start to live harmonious with reality. You don't fight with it. You flow with it. So my driving force is seeing other people win. Desire is not good or bad, it just is. So desire is part of your makeup. There's nothing wrong with desire, because it's part of it's what you're supposed to have. Desire gets sometimes a bad rap because of how people frame the word. But it's not good nor bad, it just exists. And exists for you to experience what you're supposed to experience. I was very angry once because of my betrayals and frustration. I can feel that a few years ago. Not a good mental place to be in. Definitely not. And I can feel your experience, because I've been there, and it's not great. Fucking sucks. I'm glad you dug yourself out of that. That's the mind, though. That's not truly you. That was just an experience the mind went through. That's why I know that this channel is reaching those who need to hear it. I don't care if there's trolls that come on and call me you blah 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 person, or calling me gay, or calling me the N-word, or calling me Indian, or whatever the shit they call me. I don't take any offense to any of it. But I do know that I will continue to keep doing what I'm doing, saying what I'm saying, because I know there are people like yourself, like Chelsea, like Jeanette, like Ren, like Clash, because you and Clash, I've never seen Clash before up until today. Same with Lost. If you saw them earlier in the chat, I've never seen them before. They're brand new. And so every day, or as long as I'm supposed to do this, I will show up and keep serving. Because the more who remember who they are, the less the world will have to suffer. And the less the world suffers, the world will start to be better. And I can finally be at peace. Well, I'm at peace, but I mean, I can finally go home, because my job will be done. It will be finished once and for all. So it's important that I see everyone win before I go, or as many people as I touch, and they get it by not making this more complicated. Because I can tell you there's a lot of people on the internet, not everybody, but there's a lot of people on the internet right now who talk a big game and they do all kinds of unnecessary obfuscations. There are people teaching people how to manifest and charging you $10,000 fucking dollars. What's up, Todd? For that. Sure, I charge my clients a lot of money, but I don't teach them manifestation. I show them how this actually works. Once they see how this works, it's priceless. They realize the value of why so many people are stuck where they are at. That's why they can vouch for me saying, yo, pay him because he will help you to understand this fully. Because when they're working with me one-on-one, they can actually see the difference versus watching on a live stream. But because when you master your mind, it's priceless. Like nothing in this world tops your mastery of your mind. Like nothing. There is nothing in this world that can even come close to mastery of your mind. Nothing. No amount of money, no partner can ever fulfill the mastery of your mind. I went to a wedding that was like the out of a movie. It was surreal. Amazing. I'm glad you had fun, dude. It's amazing. It's good that you enjoyed your time. That experience that you had with the surrealness, anchor that surreal feeling in, because that's how life actually is supposed to be. Surreal. Our day-to-day life has made it mundane, but that's how life is supposed to be. That surreal feeling that you felt at the wedding, that's how life is supposed to be. Everything is in constant wonder, awe. That's what life is meant to actually be, all of us. We, unfortunately, decided to make this world bland and blah. All of us, like collectively. So, now it's time for us to undo that. Good stuff. Good. That's the reason why you went there. You're going to need to use the word hope for now, but eventually you're going to drop the word hope and you're going to just know that you're going to find love again, because the love is already within you. Love thyself and watch. And I know you love yourself, but know that the partner already exists for you, and they will treat you exactly the way you want to be treated, and you will treat them the way they want to be treated, because you've manifested someone who loves you the way you want to be loved. They exist. They're in the infinite potentiality. Remember, the universe is infinite. Your mind is, I'm not saying, this is no insult, but the mind is finite. Your mind can't produce what the infinite is. Right? So hope will eventually drop from hope to know. You're going to know. Like, you can blink your eyes, that's conviction. You don't have to hope that your eyes blink. You know your eyes blink. So that same, it gives me hope will shift to I know that my partner's out there. And I am finding her. I know she's within me, but I will manifest her in the physical. But you're going to let go of the when and the how. She will show up. I'm speaking a little bit quieter because my mom's sleeping. Her room is right above. So, doing my best to keep my voice a little down. Normally I would be off, but I wanted to stay on for a little bit more. Yeah. You bet, bro. Just remember, she exists. She's already there. She's within you. Cultivate a relationship that you know that that person is already loving you, respecting you, and you're doing the same for her. And you watch as you find her. She'll just appear out of nowhere like this. That's how reality actually works. It's instantaneous in the mental and the spiritual. In the physical, it takes some human time for things to materialize via particles, waveforms, because we're basically particle and waveforms. That's what we all are. At our core, we're all atoms and molecules. Molecules and atoms are basically protons, neutrons, and electrons. And before that, they are waveforms and particles. And before that, it's just raw energy. So basically, everything in this universe is just energy. So the universe has to use particles and waveforms, take it from energy, and materialize it into a person who already exists, but bring a situation which also needs energy to bring it into physical form, so that you can experience that person or that situation with that person. So that's how manifestation actually works, but it starts from within. Some things take a little bit more time, but the thing is, time is an illusion. Once you know that it's already here now, this is as real as it's going to get, but you let go of the when and the how and the physical, because reality has no choice but to catch up to the mirror of what you're reflecting internally, externally. That's how that works. When I asked for universal awareness, it didn't just happen right away. Well, I asked for universal wisdom, but it's actually universal awareness. When I asked for universal awareness, it came. It didn't come right away, but it came. It showed up exactly when it was supposed to show up. If life is something that constantly is changing and moving because it's alive, so can we ever truly know life? Well, life is always going to keep moving. And yes, the thing is, life stems from within you. So life and you is one and the same. So to know life is to know you. And to know you is to know who you actually are at your deepest core. Not your identity of who you think you are, but who you actually are beyond your name and your identity that you've given yourself, or the world has told you who you are. That is how you're going to know life, by knowing you. Because you and life go hand in hand. You're two sides of the same coin. No one in my immediate family, except for one person, well, technically two. Well, they're not really immediate, they're cousins. No one else is aware in my family. They're completely right now. They're in the matrix. So I have to deal with their energies. I'm the cycle breaker. I've already broken the cycle, but they are still living their life the way they think it's supposed to be lived. Other than people on the internet, which is technically more family than my actual family, no. There are other people I have met in my physical that share the same views, and they are family, but they're not blood family. But I don't give a shit about blood, because blood is an illusion anyways. We're all family regardless of where you're at in the world. We're all one. We've just been separated through, this third dimensional density, having different bodies, different cultures, different backgrounds, different genetic makeups, but we're all one at our core. The soul is one soul, just split into multiple souls. It's like one gigantic thing. We can't describe it, but I'm gonna just have to use like a sphere, and it just plop down, like we're like droplets from that big soul. So we're all part of that one gigantic soul, even though even saying the word soul is just sure, it's AI. Yeah, this is AI. I'm 100% AI. See, I'm moving like this. I'm glitching out like an AI. Yeah, this is AI. Welcome to the AI show. Awesome. Well, welcome to the show. Appreciate you coming to the show. Do you have any opinions on religion in general? I do. They're all great. It's just that humans fucked it up. And let me rephrase that. Humans who don't know how reality works fucked it up. They were all the original teachings for each of the religions were basically saying the same fucking thing with different words. But because humans don't understand how words work, they make their own preconceived notions of what they think is true, and they defend their favorite book. So all the religions are spot on, but most people don't perceive the words correctly in the books. I've read all the books, and I can tell you firsthand that they're all basically saying the same fucking thing. That you are the answer at your core, and everything is within you. That's the main teaching all of them are basically saying. You are the answer, and you have everything within you. That's all you need to know. You don't need to go read all the books. I've already done that. They're all basically saying the same shit. And so, because they're saying all the same things, it makes things so much easier. Because I decided to read all the books. I didn't want to have one-way thinking. I wanted to read them all to see what they're saying. Some of the words they did their best because they didn't have, their language wasn't as evolved as our language. So they did their best to explain something that could not be explained with words. That's the problem. Language is the true cause of, well, it's the interpretation of language, of the word, that's truly the problem on our planet. Everything else is not a problem. It's our language that creates a problem. Language is the interpretation of language is the truest problem. It's the greatest problem ever created, because our language is so finite. It can only point to something. It can't encapsulate it. It can't capture the experience. It can only point to the experience. It is a lot of reading, but I decided to do it because I wanted to know exactly what the fuck is going on with all these humans and why everybody's fighting. Now I understand why. I wanted to understand, or I like to use the word understand, why people are the way they are and why they defend their favorite book. They defend it because there are many reasons they defend it. There are certain words that click, and in other books it kind of looks like it's a contradiction. But it's not a contradiction, it's part of the grand puzzle piece. They all interconnect like they snap together. But because people's consciousness, where they're at in their life, their frequency is telling them that this is the right way and this is the wrong way, well then, unfortunately, due to that nature, you're going to run into a problem, and then you create a problem out of nothing, because those books have no problems. They were attempting to explain something that could not be explained with words. They were attempting to do the best with the language they had at the time. Like, we're going millennias. Do they have the words that we were speaking right now? No, they didn't. They did their best. And we were the ones that basically took their words and misinterpreted it. Yeah. It's part of that, yes, but it's not all of that. But yes, that's part of it. That's part of it. Not all of it, though. But if you know who you are, food and government don't affect you. I can eat anything and I don't really get affected by it. So it's not really food. But if you don't know who you are, then you will be affected by it. Because your mind gaslights you into believing that the food's going to affect you. Because everything is energy at the end of the day. And energy is just one thing. It's all one thing. I just had hot chocolate and a chocolate chip muffin. Am I going to get fat? Nope. Am I going to be bloated? Nope. Am I going to get diabetes? Nope. Because I'm not telling myself that. In fact, that muffin gave me 100 grams of protein. I can literally change the DNA or the makeup of the molecular structure of that hot chocolate and the chocolate chip muffin. That's alchemy at its finest. But that's very, very, that's not high level, but it's very advanced skills that we all have the ability to do, but the mind will tell you, oh, because you read it on a package, it's true. It's bullshit. This is all made up. This is a made up world with made up language, with made up shit. All of it's made up. It's a simulator. It's a matrix. It's a hologram. It's 99.99999999999. Like, I forget how much nines there is in that of pure empty space. And it's like 0.000000000000000000001% of matter. So it's true, food and government can, but it's not true at all at the same time. It's a paradox. Because healing numbers are irrelevant. Everything can be healing or destruction. And it's not just numbers, it's beyond numbers. It's energy. Numbers don't govern the world, energy governs the world. Numbers are just part of energy. Numbers are just a mathematical system that we use. 432, 528, they work. They have good vibrational resonance. I am a sound healer. I have my sound tools. But I don't use sound healing anymore. Because when you know how the mind works, you don't need any of that shit. It's just tools. Humans that don't know who they are, they have to use tools. Humans who actually know who they are, they don't need to use anything. I don't need to use tools anymore. But they're still helpful. There's no need to talk about healing numbers. I can though, but that's just more noise, more obfuscation. Can be helpful. Doesn't mean it's not helpful. It can definitely be helpful. Let me pull it out. It's been a while actually. Still here. Pulling out my sound tools because intuition wanted me to pull it out. I have all my sound tools. I just don't use it anymore because it has no effect on me now. But for anyone else, this can definitely help. I've done this before on my stream where people liked a certain tune, but they hated the others. This is 174 hertz. This is called the solfeggio set. You should be feeling it through the microphone. Some of you might be finding this relaxing. Some of you might find this very irritating. I have different forks as well. This is not the only one. These are all my tuning forks. They're all there. So, I have a lot of... Good. There are times I will pull it out. If someone needs the relaxing mechanism, I will definitely play these if there's a request for it, now that you guys know I have tuning forks. Because I don't talk about my previous spiritual practices anymore, because for me, I think they're just, it's not gimmick, but this is 528 hertz, by the way. It's just for me, because I went through a massive shift in consciousness and evolution, they're they don't really do anything for me now, unfortunately. But 2 years ago, I was using these and they were definitely helping me. But now they don't really do anything for me. Because again, how did I get to this point? By simply knowing how the mind works. Once I understood how the mind works, I literally shifted myself out of, this should be 432. No, this is 417. I don't have any 432s. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so you see it for Anonymous, as I mentioned. Welcome, by the way. So I'm not going to play anymore. For some of you, this is going to be absolutely... Some of you, this is going to be annoying. Others will find it relaxing. So you see, it depends on your frequency where you're at. There are ones that are so much higher, but these are really fucking annoying for the rest of you. Like this one is 4,225 hertz. That's a really, really high frequency. Like this would probably make some of you feel very irritated within. Well, I'm glad, Wilderness, that helped. For Anonymous, I'm sorry that didn't help. That's why I don't use these things. If you guys want to book a one-on-one session, we can do that. For those who want to, I do charge for my time when I do that. But yeah, I am a sound practitioner, but I don't practice sound practicing anymore because it, like I said, it doesn't mean it doesn't work. It definitely works. It's just, the hell's all this on my thing? It's just, I know what actually works. The mind. Getting the mind to getting your mind under control is the number one thing that's going to help you in your life. These things are just tools. Yeah. I mean, I'll do it another day. It's late anyways because Mom is sleeping, so those do make a lot of noise. So I'll do it another day and see if anybody is down. I will also have singing bowls in the future. I don't have them right now because I am moving and I don't want to buy too many things and have to ship everything. The less I have, the easier it'll be to move. So I'll have all that in San Diego, but at the same time, it is what it is. So now you guys know that I'm a sound practitioner. I've talked about, I'm also Reiki. I've done, not to brag to you all, but I've done Reiki. For those of you who've heard of Reiki, energy healing. We all have energy healing. It doesn't make you any more special or to have being trained in Reiki. Everyone has Reiki within them. It's not really called Reiki though. But that's just a word. Chi, prana, whatever. It's all the same shit. Theta healing. That's like, that one is like basically hypnosis. Because hypnosis uses theta. Crystal, chakra healing. NLP practitioner. That's neuro-linguistic programming by shifting your words. Yeah. Well, it's not motivation. It's just lock the fuck in. I'm not motivated at all. But thank you, Carter. Appreciate it. It's dedication, service. I was just showing some of the sound healing of like things I have. You see those sound tuning, those sound forks, they work. You can hear it through my microphone. And some of you felt like I've done this in the past with the other channel, and I sat there for 20 minutes just playing each of them. And some people are like, "Ugh, I don't like that one. Ugh, yuck, yuck, gross." And then other people are like, "Ooh, I love that one. That one's so relaxing." So you see, you're on a different frequency. Doesn't mean that's a bad thing. It just means you don't resonate with that one. This is why, like, doing the sound thing on the live stream, it can work, but not everybody is going to resonate with it. Same with the singing bowls. Some are going to be too high pitch, like that 4,425 hertz fork. That shit is loud as fuck. Like it's like a high, like, squealing noise. It's pretty like to the mind. The mind's like, ugh. It can like. Yeah. Let's see. Do frequency practitioners or yourself work with chakras, or is it a different type of thing? No, they work with this. They work with the chakras. I mean, the frequency practitioners, I like how you said that, not sound practitioner, but frequency practitioners can tune into the chakras, because those forks, they're part of the Solfeggio set, which targets your chakras, your root to your crown and beyond your crown. So yeah, they're interconnected. Generally, they're interconnected with each other. Good question, by the way. Thank you for asking that one. Yeah, the drums are okay. I'm going to be getting the pyramids, the one where you spin it around and you just like hit it. I'm going to get the harp. I'm going to get the crystal, like, xylophone thing. I'm going to get the, what else? The shakers, the rain shakers. And, of course, singing bowls. But the thing is, like, again, they are helpful tools for someone who needs that kind of help. But I know that the mind is what gets in the way. When the clouds look like popcorn, they are pushing the same frequency, not vitamins. Nice. In San Diego, there's a crystal store that sells, there's many crystal stores, in fact, but there are two that sell my singing bowls that I desire. And they have it ready for me whenever I come back there. They always have them. They always restock their bowls. So it's easy to get my stuff there. That's why, because I could have bought all my stuff and left it at Victoria's place. But I didn't want to leave, like, stuff at her place. I didn't want to burden her with my stuff. So they're there. That's why everything is there, ready for me to use at my disposal. Ooh, the gateway tapes. So I have all the gateway tapes. This is interesting. They work. Um, I myself haven't astral projected though with those tapes. I did it. I did astral projecting my own unique way through just a simple activation. But they do work. I do like the different like sounds that are coming from one ear and the other. And like there was the first time I heard them, like it was making this weird like it sounded like some like alien was talking to me. He's like I was like hearing in my ears. I have all the gateway stuff, by the way, all of it. I have them all downloaded. It's funny you bring that up. Let's go to our SSD. Hemisync. That's Gene Keys. So I have them all there. There's so many different folders within folders within folders. So they are on YouTube, but I wouldn't recommend listening to them on YouTube because the audio gets compressed on YouTube. If you ever want to experience something genetic, I've already uploaded, I think, a couple gateway tapes for Olga, and they're on a Google Drive. You can always download it and you can test it out, but you need to either, if you're using a computer, download onto the computer. It's an MP3 file or a FLAC file. But exactly, that's all you really need, to be honest. But here are all the different folders. So like I have all the different, goddamn, I have so many different gateway stuff. Like there's like, I don't even know how big this damn folder is. I have to name it all Hemisync Consolidated because I have so many different friggin' folders. There's like 314 different folders in this one folder. It's wild. So yeah. Let me see. But it's weird when I'm stressing or whatever, my chain on my neck moves. The one with the cross, it reminds me. Weird. It means that your energy is in resonance with chains like that, and so that's similar to like a pendulum. You ever hold a pendulum and it starts rocking? If you ask it yes, it'll go one direction, or it'll start to go like this. If you say no, it'll start spinning around or some shit like that, or it'll just go like this. It's similar to that aspect. They're cool. They're interesting though. Damn wrist. You'll fix yourself in the morning. AI is listening and laughing at humanity. Indeed. Well, I mean, I said it before, the aliens are actually, they're watching you. That's why privacy is an illusion. You all think privacy is real? They can see everything before you even done it. You think you can hide? They can find you if they wanted to. Aliens operate from a different plane of existence. They can see everything before you even done it. They've seen your entire life before you even even done what you've done. There's a theory that aliens are nothing more than us from the future. That's one possibility, but it's not the entire possibility. That's just one of many different possibilities. They can experience things that we are not capable of in our physical bodies. Yeah, privacy is an illusion. If someone wants to find you, and if they want to find you, they will make a way to find you. And they will send people to find you. Amazing. And since you catch them every time, that's amazing. Because thoughts, they're not really your thoughts. They're thoughts that were already in the field from other versions of yourself, even though you're just part of the infinite. Like I can produce a thought, but where does the thought come from? It comes from the infinite. But yes, it's good to catch your thoughts. Even though there's no my or yours, it just is. That's where the mind starts to get screwed up. It's like, but I am me. Well, you are, but you aren't. There is no I, there is no me, there is no you. But we still have to use those words to distinguish and differentiate between each other. That's where the language trips us up. And the mind gets fucked up with that languaging, that verbiage. I, me, you. If you don't say I, me, you, it becomes like crazy. But I command good in my life to keep quiet. The funny thing is, one doesn't need to mention that they're very awake. You don't need to mention that you're awake. I already know. You don't ever need to mention that you're very awake. You already are awake. That's it. A lot of spiritual people tend to do that. They say, I'm very spiritual, I'm very awake, I'm very this. No, just be. Because that'll show people, like, you don't need to prove anything to me. You're good. But because I used to do the same shit too. I'm very aware, I'm very awake, I'm very this, I'm very that. But in that way, it's just proving something that you're currently, there's some sort of, not insecurity, but you don't need to mention that you're very aware or very awake. I already know. Your name tells me enough. Gotcha. Since your palm reads I am, what is actually I am for you? Just out of curiosity. What does I am mean for you? What time is it? 11:35? Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. And somebody sent me a message. Who sent me a message? Oh, Danny just sent me a message. Yeah, she's sending me some weird spiritual stuff. I don't care about my palms, to be honest. That's just more noise. I've seen my lines already. I know. I see it. Mines just have like they're just M's. Makes no difference to me. I've had a palmistry person tell me I'm never going to be rich in my lifetime. I'm like, are you fucking for real? Like, I'm not going to even buy into that bullshit. Like, that's so stupid. You buy into someone's frequency saying that you're going to be poor for the rest of your life. Like, that's dumb. The universe is not even poor. That word doesn't exist to the universe. We're abundant. How can one be poor if the universe isn't poor? So that's why palm stuff, irrelevant to me. I don't care about palm stuff. It's all bullshit. It's just more of spiritual vanity. If you know who you are, you don't give a shit about things like that. Like this stuff here, I don't care about this either. I still have it because it looks cool, but it's not because I need to know that all of these are real. It's all made up. I bought this because it has the sun and the moon, and I like how it looks. But who cares? This is not even real anyways. It's all made up shit. When people say that, oh, I'm Taurus and I'm moon rising or whatever the shit they say, it's a waste of time. When you know you're God, you go beyond all this stuff. God created all these things. You're a droplet of the universe. You don't need to, not to say these can't help you, but at the same time, like, your soul has been every one of these. So theoretically, you're all of it. You chose a specific, like, birth line and chart and all this other shit that people use can be helpful, but doesn't mean it's the be all and end all. People make these into false gods. Yeah, well, like Freemasons and all the stuff is just more smoke and mirrors too. The answer is right here, right now. That's all you need to know. More people like to create more fucking noise with more tools, more blah, blah, blah. That's why I don't care about that. For me, it's just right here, right in this moment, right now. That's the answer. Nothing more. Period. Yes, indeed. Spot on. They were just attempting to explain something that could not be explained, so they brought the infinite into the finite for our minds to conceptualize something, but these things go beyond, like, our mind. Like, for example, who determined that Leo is fire, or Cancer is water, or Gemini is air, or Taurus is ground, or Aries is fire? Who determined that? And then who determined the personalities? That Aries are stubborn, and Leos are like leaders, and Capricorn is whatever, and Scorpios are mysterious. What? Because a bunch of other people have subscribed to that personality type, so that they fall under the same, yeah, that's me, that's me. They all just collectively agree like sheeple. It's stupid. I can be anything at any time. I can look at them all and just be whatever they want. I can just snap my finger and be whatever I want right now. That's why I said the tools, I'm not saying not to use the tools. I'm never going to say not to use the tools. I'm saying don't rely on the tools, because they are nothing more than just that, tools. They don't go beyond God. What God is infinite. And it's not some dude in the sky, but use the dude if you need to. Everything in this universe is made up. So the word false is even false. It's all made up. It's all made up. Made up words, made up concepts, made up everything. It's just echo chamber of words explaining more words of more words. To explain more words of more words of more words to more words and more words and lots more words. And guess what? More words of more words. It's all made up. It's BS. That's why I live as this is all just a made up game, and I can make it up to whatever I want now. made up words with more words to make up more words to explain more words that are more made up. It's a never-ending cycle. It's a paradoxical trap that we are all ensnared in. Use the tools that are helpful to yourself and drop the tools that do not help. Exactly. And guess what? Drop all tools when you know who you are, because you don't need them anymore. You won't. When you truly feel what you actually are, you never need the tools ever again. You use it to help other people, though, if they need it. But you, for yourself, you don't need it. Ugh. Like I said, the only reason why that is still hanging on the wall is because it looks cool now. That's it. It's all about a cool factor. It just looks nice. That's it. Nothing else. I just like the sun and the moon that they're together. Speaking of the sun and the moon, I took a photo earlier of something that someone gave me yesterday. They wanted to deliver it to me, and they wanted me to take a photo of them. So there's the sun, the moon, and sprinkles, because they're there. The moon does have an eye, though, but you can't see it because it's like asleep, but it's there. My son has it's from San Diego. It has the headband on, and that's sprinkles. That was also given to me by the same person who gave me the moon. So they're all just chilling. It's pretty good photo of the three of them. Nice. Let's see, did T-Bray call? No, he didn't call. Let's have a look. Interesting. I'm going to listen to that later. It's a Power Rangers song. And I'll listen to that before going to bed. My eyes are itchy right now. I don't know why. It is what it is. That means my time is running up. Anonymous, thank you for pre-uploading all the shorts that I see that are scheduled. Some of them are doing good, some of them not so great. Don't know why, but it is what it is. I don't know how the YouTube algorithm works when it comes to the shorts stuff. But appreciate you for taking the time to do all those shorts. Like, never say these words was like the best one. The rest are like, they're okay. I guess you gotta be more polarizing with the words or something. Who knows? We're working on that. Yeah. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We're just experimenting anyways. Like, we're having fun. There's not even being serious, to be honest. It's true. that's why, like, I didn't want to put too much effort into making random shorts, because, like, what's the point if it's not reaching, like, more people? So it's all good. All right, I'm gonna jump off in like 5-ish minutes. So, any last words for any of you? I don't really have anything else to say. This is more of a chill and chat. Tomorrow, I'll be with Niger. We're recording an episode. I have no idea what to expect. I'm just going in there, just kind of blind, and we're just going to have a conversation. And we'll see what unfolds. I'll live stream later in the evening, like basically the same time I'm doing right now. Wednesday, we'll be either talking about beliefs or feelings. I think I'm going to start with beliefs first. Feelings is going to be a fun one. Thank you, and you as well. Yeah, it's going to be... It was a busy evening today. It was good. Got to meet a few new people today. Thank you to all the new people who showed up today. Appreciate you all. Yeah. Visibility is basically I'm making it my best friend, not my enemy, because I've made visibility my enemy for a very long time. And of course, because of all the previous experiences I had with my other YouTube channel and not getting the views that it deserved, I was like, what's the point, universe? Is a waste of my time. Like, why make content when nobody even watches it? So, this channel, I'm like, fuck it. I'm just going to be more me, more than ever. And if people want to watch, cool. If they don't want to watch, then also cool. I don't really care. I'm just going to keep doing me. So, some will love it, some will hate it. That's the whole point. This channel is going to be very polarizing. There are people who are going to call me out and say, you blah, 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 blah. But I'm going to keep saying that you're the answer. That's never going to change. I won't deviate from that. That is the definitive answer. You. Y-O-U. Because it's you that has to do, say, speak, feel, act, and believe in the things that you desire. It's you. It cannot be anything else but you. So, Yep. Well, some of you got to see Gangster Orion earlier, or Thug Life Orion, which was cool. Once I'm done showering and brushing my teeth, I'm going to finish up my stretches that I gotta do, and then go to sleep and wake up. If I do stream tomorrow morning, it'll be just a walk and talk. We'll just walk the trail, and then if I do decide to do that, then I gotta get to Niger's place at 1 p.m. I want to finish my workout and all that before I go there. So, we'll see. Yeah, I know. I gotta put into my field that YouTube is always working out in my favor. Because there's still somewhere inside the mind saying, this is not working. Stop doing this. That's what the mind is saying. But I'm telling the mind, well, not being mean, but I'm basically telling the mind to be quiet. Calm down, relax. Everything's working out. Shh, quiet. It's so funny when you see your mind for what it is and what it does and what it says, and it's like, hello, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? So, all right, y'all. This is a wrap. Thank you for coming on today. It was a busy live stream today. When I first started the live stream, within like 2 minutes, there was like 18 people. Like, what the fuck? And I was just doodling on my tablet because I was not expecting that. Of course, it slowly dropped. The numbers, like, it fluctuates. But I was like, what the fuck? 18 people. Like, what the hell is going on? It is what it is. But yeah, for those of you who are new, thank you for coming on today. Appreciate you. I'll be back. For those of you who are not new, I appreciate you coming back. Yeah. And yeah, so Wilderness is, he's new. I think it's a he. I believe it's a he. But yeah, I appreciate you for coming on, and I'm glad that you enjoyed. There's so much more to talk about, though. There's so much more. I've already said everything I need to say on all my live streams. All the answers are there. But every day, someone new will show up, and they'll either be magnetized to the information or be repelled by it. It's either or. I can't cater to the entire world. Right? Not everyone's gonna click with my stuff. So whoever swipes and sees my stream, it's meant for them to watch. But those who get triggered, or those who show their insecurities by leaving their hateful comments, it just shows me their level of awareness. See, there are people who are very respectful. You could choose to be respectful, and that's not just my stream. That goes for anybody else's stream. You can go on someone else's stream and just say hello. What's this stream about? That's simple. Instead of jumping on and saying, look at this, blah 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 blah. See, those people who operate like that, they unfortunately need to figure out what the fuck is going on in their life. So, I wish them only the best. I'm out. All right, y'all. You have yourselves a good night, good day, afternoon, evening, morning on our planet. Love the planet. It's actually a really good place. It is a really good place. You just have to see it for that. You're seeing in the chat there's a lot of people who are really good. Start to love it more, and you'll start to see people who will be more loving in your physical experience. This is not just a digital world, there's a physical world. But the more you start to radiate the love within, it'll trickle out, and you'll start to see people in your physical operate in the same manner that you're operating from, and then you start to connect. That's why you guys see in the trail how many people connect with me. Not because I'm nice, it's because I am who I am, and they are who they are, and we click like a magnet. So that's a wrap. The voice is done, as you can tell. Love you all. Good night, and I'm out.